of technical difficulties there. But I think I got it all sorted now. First my web camera wasn't there, and then my speakers weren't there. But now we're all here. I gotta get my chat here now. That would be a nice thing to have as well. Welcome all of y'all to the channel. Might be starting a little bit late today. We got a few people stuck in traffic and trying to get here just as fast as they can, but they aren't quite here yet. So we'll do as best we can with the folks that we've got. Let me get old Tweeter-Rooney out there for the folks that we got going on. Hope everybody's doing okay out there. Sure, let me know and say hello if you're out there. For Weekend in the Storm. Party. From by Bati's Clockwork Minions. Got some new art in the lineup now. Hope you all enjoy it. That'd be twitch.com or else it won't work. Not TN TV. And let's get our folks in here. We got a Bird versus Plane. We got a Good Guy Pie. We got a Daniel. We got an Alicia. We got a Jeanette. We got a Dragons. Our cats. Our friends over at Cloak and Blaster. And also we're raising money for at Toys for Tots. Hey, Viridian. How you doing? Hope all is well with you. Hey, Good Guy Pie. What? I tried to double check that too. So we're going to stop real quick and restart. Actually, I think there's a command. Anyone know the command? There's a command thing. Channel commands, wiki, this is. Darn it. I know that there is, I saw Bird do it before. I don't know how to do it though. I think it's like, is it game? Look at me, I did a thing. Look at me doing a thing. I'm not an idiot after all. Well, I am still an idiot, but I am a semi-pro streamer now. I know, right? How is it possible that I actually did a thing? I don't know. I mean, I really don't. Fix it, streamer. That's what it really is. Hey, Wandering Silence. How you doing, man? Good to see you here. Oh, Concrud. It's the worst. It is the worst. No doubt about it. I guess I better get my notes and stuff up. So I'm like actually ready to play this game. I've got lots of fun stuff going on and excited about the episode. Oop, I got a message. Anyone out there going to PAX U? I am getting ready myself to do that thing, so that should be fun. Let's get up the first timeline. Hey, Pandani TV. Free with the host for 3 folks. Thanks. Appreciate that. Man, oh man, I got all kinds of things going on today. District. I hope that's the only one I need. I need districts. I need this. I need my map. Where's my map? It got buried. Because we've got a little bit of working around today. You know what? I probably should put my mic somewhere where you can all actually hear me. Hey, is that actually better? Blarg be praised, be Nurgle. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully the old unplugged version is going to be a fun and exciting thing. I have not been up there, and golly, I haven't been. Hey, Viridian with the subscription. Thank you. Yay! 10 months in a row. Look at you. Let's get those flexes out there. Yep, all the subscriptions, as always, go to our charity. So the full $5. So that's my part of giving it in, is that basically the full $5 goes into the charity instead of just the $2.50 with a split between Twitch and the streamer. So, yep, Toys or Tots is our charity. This is one of my favorite ones. Everyone, for all of you who've seen all my cosplay pictures, Toys for Tots was a huge part of my life for many, many years. I am munching a Biscoff cracker. Here you go. They're like my favorite, with a little bit of Earl Grey tea, and I got some iced tea as well. They are good for Dunkin'. Hey everyone, all the new followers and viewers out there. If you are new to the channel, welcome, welcome. I am super happy to have all of y'all here. We might be starting a little bit late today. We've got a few players who are still trying to get here. And yeah, once they get here, we will get going. A couple people are going to be rolling in very late, if at all. We have a Bird versus Plane who is driving from St. Louis and not completely sure whether or not he is going to get here at all. And we have a Dragons or Cats who might join us for the very end, but I'm betting he's hungover and doesn't join. I think he was at a wedding last night. Is that right, VK? He was at something last night. And right now we are waiting on Alicia as she is in traffic, trying to get here the best that she can. you might notice we got some new art in the pile there. And I'm noticing as they go by that I obviously put the wrong versions in the folder because I'm not seeing their credits on them, which distresses me a little bit because I, of course, want to give all of our amazing artists the credit they do, that they deserve, because they are awesome. We've got some new art that is out there in the world coming our way as well. So, Joygasm's wedding. Okay, I forget. I always can never play the draw the line to the player to the character. Which one is Joy? What is Joy? Who does Joygasm play in Dragon Brew? Is that Belvin? No, I forget. Sandstorm? Don't know. Anyway, we're going to be doing a session with them. For those of y'all who missed a couple episodes ago, we are going to be doing a session with the Dragon Brew crew, as they are going to fight a Netherwing with our buddy Kyle as Vidar. So we will see how that all works out for them. Hopefully they don't all die. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. So, I'm doing a little bit of work in the studio mode because look at me being a pro streamer, pretending like I know what I'm doing, even though I don't. So that hopefully when Alicia shows up, we'll be able to jump right on in. So that 19 seconds, totally wrong, folks. We might pop in here a little bit early, but a lot of stuff we've got going on with Luna today. We're going to catch up with her as she was, her day was sort of done off camera to us. And now we're going to catch up with exactly what all went happened. You'll notice in the slideshow there's new pieces of art. They are pieces of art that Jeanette you've seen before, and they are just pieces of me finally getting them actually into the slideshow because you know we finally got the ladies up there. We've got Vidar is in there now. We actually got Thousand Teeth in there now. So yeah. Oh, good guy pie. Yeah, no. At least we've switched now coming up here soon. Oh, dude, I like your tornado. Do. So, yeah, no, did everyone have a good Halloween? People dress up, do their thing, get their Halloween on, all that good kind of stuff. I'm looking forward for time to switch. VK, you know, because I didn't get your permission, so I didn't put it in there. I would love to put in Astra. If you want to, either I can put it in the little sketch that you did, or if you want to clean it up, I'll be happy to put it in there. Oh, I know, right? Celia. Jeanette, that was terrible. You all but got run off the road. Guys, be careful out there. Yeah, poor Jeanette out there. Hey, Michi Me. Hey, and look at that. We've got Alicia coming in even as we speak. She's, yeah, she's having a good day. I can tell. We'll take it easy on Alicia. Not. But let me at least get folks in the right position. I can't hear you, Alicia, but give me a thumbs up when you're ready. I'll let you catch your breath. I see you're running. Take your time. I can stretch. Just do a thumbs up whenever you're ready. Oh. Well, she's saying she's ready to go now because she is professional, folks. So I am going to tune out from here and hop over to there. And, yep, saw it. I'm telling people that you're a pro. Unlike me, you are a professional. It's like run into the back of the theater, wipe off your face, run on stage, deliver every line perfectly because she's a pro. I'm swapping over. I'll be there in just a second. So we're going to swap over, folks, and get going with this episode of The Vice. And I found like new things that I can do here. I can just deactivate that instead of having to remove it and then go over to scene 4. Hey, and there they all are. And here they all are. Our cast that we'll be starting off with. We've got more coming soon. But until they all get here, we will be playing with these folks because there is all kinds of good stuff that we need to catch up with, especially with our friend Luna. But first, let's get introductions of who we are, who we're playing. We will start with our buddy from down under, Templar Warden.
Hello, I am Templar Warden. I will be playing Hidden by Axel, the Tabaxi Wizard. I'm a bit tired, as you can tell. Not up on time, but I'm still tired. Anyway, yeah, so I'm looking forward to seeing where we're going to go next and hearing Luna's story.
Cool. Well, thank you very much. You're a little tiny bit low. Don't know whether you got a setting going on there or just mic stuff, but I can balance you out a little bit on this side, but not a lot. Next up, let's talk to the true professional on the Vice team in NG9.
Hello, lovelies. I am NNG9 on Twitch, NNG98 on Twitter. I will be playing Luna, our Water Genasi monk cleric, who's just going to reminisce about the past couple of days.
Yep. And last but not least, of course, we have our buddy, Good Guy Pie.
It's me. I'm here today as... Well, we're going to find out what Luna's been doing, and it's going to be exciting. And the person who's going to be finding, I don't know, maybe she might share, she might just keep it a secret, all to us. But the person I will be playing is... Never screw up the voice the first time, people. Luck, Goldheart, adventure extraordinaire, all the way from Elevation Pit, and he's back. He's excited, and there's only a mad death summoning thing going on, and probably a UNT lich within our party.
Who knows? Maybe. We don't know what's going on with that. But I do know something cool is going on with Luck. If you guys are in your roll 20, you'll want to pull that to your front screen. Because I've got things and stuff to show. I'd like to present to everybody.
Yeah, some family stuff's going on, so I've got my phone on.
No problem. But yeah, if you're in your roll 20, I'd like to present to you guys our new art of young Luck. A huge shout out. This was one of the contests that I actually entered, so a huge shout out to, and I don't know if I'm going to say this right. I say same this taken. I will be linking their information for Twitter into the chat because, whoops, that's Zoom, and I don't know how to get rid of that now. That's weird. That's awkward.
Pro streamer
right there. I don't even know how to get rid of that. Is there a way to get rid of that? Because I can't delete that. Because it's me.
And I didn't have the chat up, so I don't know if I can go back.
Yeah, no, I don't have controls on my own tweets.
Well, you can just clear the chat if you want.
That's what I got to do. Okay, folks, where's the clear the chat? There we go. Sorry, folks, because, yeah, I did that thing where I just put up our Zoom chat. I put up our Zoom channel because, just when you think he's a pro streamer, he proves that he's not. Anyway, the artist is A Same Mistaken. That is their information there on the Twitter. They are taking commissions. However, I know that I've already shared it with lots and lots of people. Yeah, anyone who wanted to be on the Vice, you should have clicked fast. But yeah, so there is new luck, and let me turn on his new token in the stream. And yeah, may I present to you Luck Goldheart, now reverted to his younger years. How'd we do? Did we do okay, good guy? Yeah, I am super impressed with the art. It is amazing, and yeah. So hope you guys enjoy. He'll be getting into the slideshow, as well as we'll be seeing lots more of Luck in his new, younger, a little darker form as we move forward. So anyway, big shout out, big thank you to A Same Mistaken for amazing contest that they provided, and for the amazing art that was one of this was actually the second prize. So watch their Twitter for more and more contests and things. Highly recommended for every possible commissioning that you might have. So I will post it up here into our Vice chat as well, so that our party has them as good guy collects himself. We'll go ahead and jump back in to our episode. Whoops, picked up the wrong thing. So, our party, over the course of the weekend, there was a huge windstorm that hit Falcon's Crest, keeping most of the party hungover and locked inside for their day Saturday. And then when they did finally venture out on Sunday, they went and had tea at the much anticipated tea tasting with their boy Astra, who is the proprietor of the Tea Hive tea shop. Afterwards, they met up with Luna and Celia, who had been off on their own adventures during that time. And after being lured away from a break-in at the Siren's Fiddle, where their friend Ambrose had kept his sort of secret shop and laboratory for his own storm right constructs, clockwork mechanisms, they were ambushed by some of Bati's clockwork fey creatures, some sort of fey creatures that had had their hearts replaced with a clockwork mechanism, not fully construct and not fully fey, somewhere in between. Party had quite a battle on their hands for a little bit until they finally vanquished them out. Vidar missing still, as he had been pulled away to help some mysterious travelers, friends of Iskrin's from days of old, who have a problem with Netherwing. On investigating back at the laboratory, the party found themselves with a little bit of a mystery on their hands. And after piecing the clues together, found themselves with a little construct of their own named Lad Jr., or that affectionately known as Lad Jr., who might be able to help lead them to Ambrose. A scry spell by our friend Axel through the Mirror of Peeping let them know that Ambrose was in fact safe, hidden away somewhere, still working, perhaps, on a device that they can use in their battle against Bati. But that's where we're going to pick up. First, I do have a few little announcements because I jumped ahead of them. I'm Tall Skull. Hi, I'm your DM. And I am more than pleased to have you guys all join us for our story today. We do run our channel 100% for charity. This month, actually these next 2 months, for the next 5 weeks, we will be collecting for Toys for Tots. It is a charity that is near and dear to my heart. While I was big part of the cosplay community, one of our main events throughout the year was to help out Toys for Tots, gather toys, and make sure that they got to kids in need so that they would have a Christmas. There are multiple ways that you can donate down below. You can go directly to the Toys for Tots site by clicking on their name, which is in the text, or you can click on the actual logo itself to donate through us, which will add to our total. If you do donate through our channel, you can shop on our little shopping list down below, which includes at a $25 level our Christmas surprise, which you will start rolling. The player will start rolling on the common magical item table, which is a lot of the fun things like cloaks of billowing and armor of gleaming, and some of those fun, sort of more aesthetic magical items. But as you know, we pull all of our things directly from from D&D Beyond. If they do in fact roll a natural 20 on any of their rolls as we are going through the tables there, their item will escalate to the next level of rarity, all the way up to a legendary item. If they happen to get, happens to work out that they roll those, I think it would take 4 natural 20s, all but in a row. But hey, Christmas can happen. Who knows? So that is what you get for your $25 level. As always, we have the spell bank, which has been reset. There are scrolls out there to be handed out. And hey, New Titans, and hey, Earthen ladies out there as well. If you are unable to donate, do check their website. They have links to every state, every city, and ways that you can volunteer your time. I volunteered my time for nearly a decade with Toys for Tots, either at collection points, at donation centers, at distribution, for actual distribution. It is a wonderful organization. It's run by the Marines. So you know that it is everything that you donate goes to the right places. So if you are interested, like I said, the donation is right down below. There are multiple ways. Last year we raised $1,225 for Toys for Tots. Subscriptions go to it as well, as also do bits. So all of those things, 100% goes right into that total. And I've got a set by our normal. We've got it set at our normal $400. I'm hoping that we can break through that multiple times and get it up to the amazing contributions that we had last year. So now we'll get back after we've done our recap. The party.
Quick question: can we mulligan on those Christmas donations?
You cannot mulligan on the Christmas.
It's a mulligan. It's not a guarantee. It's just a chance. Where's your Christmas spirit?
In December.
You know what? I will allow you, if you want to burn a mulligan on a chance for an upgrade in rarity. I will say only one mulligan, though. You can only burn one mulligan in the set of rolls.
All right. Per donation?
Per donation.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm a haggler.
Well, I know you are, and now I'm worried. I know you got the better part of this deal because it's you, and I'm terrible at haggling. But anyway, let's dive back into our story. The party arrived back at their suite in the Windward Star, the last remaining piece of the old Greymont Castle, the old monarchy of Falcon's Crest before it was taken over, or now underneath the control of the Viceroy and the Council. And they have Lad Jr. with them. They decided that it probably was not in their best interest after just going through a battle to go up against Bati, as that seemed to be where their only clue was leading them. They do now have this other piece of the puzzle that was provided by the scrying spell that Ambrose seems to be safe for the time being. As we get back there, we're going to tune in with Luna as she sort of collects herself for the evening. Tell us about a little bit of your evening rituals, Luna.
Well, no, as they all gather in, Luna goes to her room, straight to the bath, as per usual, and just kind of lays down in it, kind of arms maybe like in her lap, and just kind of reaches out in silent prayer to St. Cuthbert.
So as you reach out, sort of calming your mind, it was a bit of a harrowing combat, and also your last 2 days, your weekend, your Saturday and Sunday, had many interesting revelations for you. Before we get started, I need you to roll 3 D100s.
D100?
Yep. Okay.
All over the place. All right.
92,
I like a variety, apparently.
68. Okay. Good. Good to know. So, Luna, you left the Iron Gnome Saloon as evening fell, and knowing that you had your shift to get through at the Burning Rose. You don't often drink, in fact, at all, hardly. So it was not a big deal to walk away. The party seemed to be very much getting their drink on. And you watched as some of them interacted with some of the other customers in the area and got deeper and deeper into their cups. As you leave, you do remember that you are not disguised, as this was after your trip to the Arcane Terrace. Getting back to the Burning Rose, you know that the most direct route would be to go straight down the Stoneward Rush, basically through the center of town. Or you also, from your cartography skills and also just quite a bit of movement that the party has done around the city, you could loop through... Oh, got a donation. Hey, Trig and Droid, that's $25. Can't choose. Okay, one... Yep. What was it? One Luna... Let me look at what the order was.
Yeah, because I don't look at streams. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm actually just going to assign. So we'll say Luna is 1, Luck is 2, Axel is 3. What did I say? Luna, Luck, Axel.
Oh, yep. Luna, Luck. Yep. There we go. Cheap at it.
Looks like it's going to be Luck. And the thing is, we are going to keep track of these because as we do have a festival showing up here very soon for the Solstice Festival, these will become everyone's solstice gifts. So to see what you find underneath of the maypole on the solstice. So we will wait and have some of those rolls be happening very soon.
Thank you, Tree.
Woo! So, let's get back to... Oh, we got another one. Templar Warden, let Christmas begin. Time to let the season of letting Luna burn those mulligans. So there's one for Luna.
Yes!
Yeah, just for the out there people. So we don't allow, you can't give one to yourself. I will allow a random. If you get the random dice, you can have one. So yeah, gift while the numbers are low, while the odds are in your favor. Again, our haggler at work.
I just give the people what they want.
Yes, that's exactly what you give them. Okay, so
Sorry.
No worries. So, like I said, you can loop around through the knot, sort of the not as through the knot, the area of I won't call them slums, but certainly a less reputable area of town where you wouldn't be noticed as much. Might take you a little bit longer. You've given yourself enough time, but would you like to do that or head down the Windward Rush, the Stoneward Rush?
She's had a lot of interaction at the bar already. She'd probably loop around and go the kind of back way.
Okay. So you head down out of the Citadel, and hang a left down in to the knot area as the fog begins to rise. Describe to me your journey as you pass through the knot. There's a few places here that you know where Bati's estate is. You know where the Tangled Braids orphanage is. That sounded like brains. Braids orphanage is. You know where the large cistern stone known as the Knot is here, and some of the old warehouses that were once part of the Zephyr Consortium. Any special pathway or things you're trying to pass by and or avoid along the way?
Passing by Bati, she'd sort of give it like an intense look, as she keeps moving. She doesn't stop, just kind of go her eye like soon. I kind of look a bit, for her, fondly. For anybody else, probably her facial expression wouldn't change at the orphanage, thinking about the party helping there. And yeah, and the cistern stone she'd probably actually stop at for a moment, because just the moisture gathered there and everything is draws her in a little bit.
Okay.
But she'd make sure she didn't, make herself late.
Yeah, or tarry too long. So basically your trip through there is uneventful, and you arrive at the Burning Rose. Ernesto is out front and gives you a nod. And you can head up the back stairs to your post on the upper hallway, as you do on other nights. Or anything else that you'd like to do before heading up?
If I go anywhere else, do I have to run past that front desk with that person?
Pretty much the only way that you know is through the front door, which, yes, will land you at the front door with your favorite person.
Then I will go through the back. I just don't want to deal.
Yeah. So you head up to the back stairs. As a reminder, it's a sort of a alcove at the end of a long hallway. There's about 8 doors to a side. Oh, Wandering Silence! $25 and a present for Axel.
Nice. Thank you, Wandering.
Thank you, Wandering. Woo-doo-doo. You guys rock. It is an alcove there. There is a chair there for you to sit on. There's not like a desk or anything there, but it seems to be a little alcove where there is some storage. So there's a countertop type idea there. You do know in this area there is sort of a hidden illusion that hides sort of a stone. It's not necessarily a refrigerator, but Ernesto keeps a few beers sort of in this sort of little stone alcove that is sort of his sort of locker or cubby up in this area. You have a chair. Like I said, it's a long hallway, has about 16 total doors, 8 on either side. It ends in a blank wall at the far end. How do you spend your evening this evening? I know in the past you've worked on your maps and done some other things.
I think having passed by the orphanage on her way here, she'd probably actually pull out Lily's doll and probably work on another outfit for it.
Okay. You have plenty of fabric. When the tailor came to your room, certainly there were scraps you could easily pick up of quite fine fabrics. Anything particular that you're working on, or a special scrap that you might have picked up that you're...
She's probably actually trying to fasten a little hat for the doll.
Okay. it's going well. Do me a little. Do me a dex check with proficiency added. I don't know if you've got.
Sure.
If that's your save, it might be the same as your save. I can't recall.
I think that would be the same as my save, so I'll just do it as the save.
So on a 19, while most hats have some sort of felt or something in it, you're able to, from little scraps of either little pieces of leather or whatever you've done, you fashion quite stylish little hat, or what you were trying to fashion, whether it's more stylish or more functional.
Sort of like while the family's going out for a nice function, so it's sort of a, I guess, modern equivalent of a Sunday best.
Okay. Yeah, no, I like that. This lasts, it takes you a little while. It is detailed work. Around 3 a.m., you hear sort of a long, low moan come from the third door on the left. Probably at first you're like, okay.
Yeah, like whatever.
But it begins to grow louder and louder into something that sounds more like a howl.
Well, at that point, then she will definitely go to the door. She's not going to fling it open. I think she's still probably trying to be subtle and try and poke in to see what it is.
Just about the time you reach the door, you hear a similar sound begin from the sixth door on the right.
So this is the third door on the left and sixth door on the right?
Right. And then roll me a perception check.
Sure. Perception.
You're still not quite sure what it is, but what you do hear is it begin again toward your station from now the first door on the left. So now 3 of the doors are emanating this loud howl. And then you start quickly hearing it from all the rest of the doors almost at once. You can do me a history or a nature check. Whichever you would prefer.
Those are the same. I am not trained in either one. Can I still make the check?
Yep, you can.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, that's not bad.
That's not bad. And actually, it's because this is more about remembering your childhood. This sound suddenly, now that it's emanating from all the doors, becomes familiar. From the storms that used to blow in off the great western sea, the winds would howl loudly through the tower where you were trained, and the windows, as these massive storms that would come and usually and blow for a day begin to overtake where you were trained and raised. Often you would have to sort of huddle in the center of the tower with your master and the other students. But the sound would last sometimes days of that howling of wind. And about the time when you recognize that, even though it was odd the way that it started, you do hear quite a few of the doors, the sound becomes much lower and muffled, almost like it's getting winked out or muffled, and until it's only left coming from the first door on the left back near your station.
Okay, she'd go back over to there then, and then probably try and very subtly poke in to see why this is the one room where she's still hearing the noise.
You poke your head in and see a very lavish bedroom. Straight across from the door, past a huge canopied bed and very beautiful, ornate wooden furniture and a rug that is so intricate it looks like the pattern's actually moving. Just as your eyes move over, it's almost like an optical illusion. You're not sure if it's done by magic or just by some expertise of the weaver. And as you open it, you do see a sort of large figure, very sort of rotund in their silhouette, laying on the bed. And you do see a face sort of peek over top of them and just give you and looks to the window, and you can see you're used to Axel's magic. Sometimes it makes a visible sign, but when you've most seen it fail is when it fails, or when it makes things. You can see the window almost as though it's not. There's a spell trying to make its way across it, but it's almost kind of shorting out.
Okay, so then Luna will just nod to the face and slide back out.
Go back to your station.
Yeah, back to the station.
About 45 minutes later, from that first door, you see a figure emerge. Graceful, lithe, reminds you of sometimes when you would see does in the forest back near your home. They have flawless, shimmering, espresso colored, dark skin, almost the color of sort of very fertile earth. Broad, sculpted features, slightly almond eyes. Her hair, as you can tell, it is female in form at this point, is a matrix of oval, stone-like orange knobs, the color of carnelians, that stand out almost like they're glowing against her dark skin. At first glance, you thought perhaps she was naked, but then realized she's wearing sort of a spaghetti strap slip that comes down to about her mid-thigh that is all but a perfect match for her dark skin. She is probably one of the most lovely people you've ever met of any race, but being Genasi, certainly there's a greater connection there, almost being an Earth Genasi, now that you've gotten to look. She whispers to you as she gently closes the door. She goes, can you believe it? Old storm runes. Seriously, what a cheapskate. Who could sleep through that? Certainly not me, and I'll be stuck there all day. She sort of looks at you and goes, would you like some coffee? And sort of motions her head to follow her.
Luna will just say, I will accompany you.
It is getting close to normally when you would be at the end of your shift.
Okay.
But, this is the first time you've seen anyone, come out of the doors. She leads you down the hallways of doors to a little sort of blank wall right near the end of the hallway. It is not, there's nothing that would give it away as being wider than the other ones. It just seems like that there's a little bit of extra room here at the end of the hallway between all of the other doors. And she places her hand there. And similar to as you saw Ernesto back down in the main lobby, the wall disappears and there's a stairway that leads down. And she sort of, she pads her way down. I assume you follow.
Yes.
You go down about you would think to be a story. There's a landing and then go down another stairs, and you find yourself in a small sort of kitchen area. It's mid-sized, nothing huge, not like that would be at a large inn. It just seems to sort of be functional, almost like in a modern hotel room where it says it has a kitchen, but it's really just a few little conveniences. You do see
It's a continental breakfast.
yeah, pretty much. You see her put a boiling stone into some water that she pulls from a cistern stone that has been come in from the outside, and looks to you and puts out her hand. And she goes, "I'm Selena, by the way. I guess you're the new girl."
I am Luna. I am with security.
Yes. Oh, yes, that's what I meant. We heard that there was someone new on the upper hall. Is this your first time in Falcon's Crest and going through one of the windstorms?
It was, although there was a similar feeling to it as back in the West.
Oh, you're from the West.
Yes, it was a long walk.
Certainly was. I'm from the Bronzepire Veld myself. That's where my family comes from.
You are the first person here that I have met besides Ernesto, and the welcoming person.
Yes. She's a piece of work. Well, we usually don't use the back hall. Only once in a while. But I couldn't stand another moment in there, and I'm going to be stuck there all day. I've been in Falcon's Crest myself for 3 years. I'd say it's about the 5th of these storms that we've had. You'll get used to them.
I suppose I will have to.
Are you staying long?
I'm staying for as long as I need.
About this time, the water has come to a boil, and she sort of like a French press type idea. Strong, weak, any special way? Cream, sugar?
Oh, I came down here for the company, not the beverage. And she'll kind of like float out some water from one of her skins. And sort of like cup style.
Yeah. That's handy, isn't it? So, what brought you here to Falcon's Crest and the Burning Rose, or just trying to get away?
Well, there are some things I'd like to accomplish, and this seems to be an occupation our people can have with the most amount of safety.
That is true, as safe as anyone, I guess, could be here in Falcon's Crest. There's plenty of intrigue, and it's certainly an interesting time. Madame V has gotten herself into most of the politics of the day, and with the tieflings arriving shortly, it's bound to get more interesting, right?
Yes, that is part of why I am here. There are many things in motion, and they seem to be coming to a head here.
That's the thing about Falcon's Crest, they often do. She sort of smiles.
Have you spoken with the madam often?
Not recently. She's taken very few clients lately. As I said, she's staying very active in the politics around town. She maneuvers and chooses her
associates?
Strategies on the board quite carefully, as she has to.
I can only imagine. That is one thing I hope to learn here, how to maneuver better. A fight, that I know well, but that is of the body. I need to work on the mind.
Well, stick around. Perhaps Madam V will have a use for you. Like I said, there's plenty of short-term clients that are going to be here for the solstice and plenty of intrigue that she'll want to keep abreast of.
I understand, but I need to have more skills than I do now. You are charming and beautiful. I am deadly and skilled. I need to work on charming.
It is something that can be learned. She sort of puts her hand across her hair, the stone. She goes, they weren't always like this. It takes lots of care and polishing and not a small amount of discomfort to get them just the way I like them. But with time and patience, most anything can be molded into something it might not naturally be.
Patience I have. You have to. In life.
It is true. I would also say there is a tool for every job. And not every job requires charm and grace.
Luna will actually visibly look a bit confused at that. Kind of like pointing here in general. That seems to be a requirement for here.
Yes, for here. But there's only so much a courtesan can learn in bedroom talk. Takes lots of time and lots of patience to finally get what you want out of someone you might be keeping an eye on. Sometimes the direct method, while a bit more sloppy, can yield quicker and sometimes better results. The play is often played in the game that I'm a part of.
I can understand. I want to do whatever I can to help our people everywhere. And this seems like a good place to start.
For sure. This is amazing what Madam V has accomplished in the last 8 years here. Most of us have never dreamt it.
8 years. This is amazing. There is nothing like this in the West. It is easier to survive on your own because trust is hard won. And many do not know how to defend themselves.
It's true. It's why we have the hallway. So we always know we've got someone watching our back. I happen to be glad that you're watching mine.
Rest assured, I will do that for as long as I am capable.
Well, I need to get back, or else I'll be missed. And there's no excuse for where I've gone on a day like today.
As it were.
Most of our clients aren't aware of our little doorway arrangement. And,
What doorway?
Exactly. And she heads back up the stairs. She does sort of guide you back up, as this seems to might be an area that's normally for the courtesans.
Sure.
And she gives you a smile and realizes she has her cup still with her, and so sets it sort of down. She goes, sorry, and sets it beside the door before going in, realizing that she doesn't want to give away that she's been gone. And closes the door gently behind her. This has taken a good, by the time all said and done, 45 minutes or so. You had
Sure.
conversation and small talk in addition to what the other things you talked about. You're technically off shift, but one of the things certainly she would have mentioned in talking about the storms is it is not safe to go out. There is sort of the small room here that has the bunk beds in it that you could use for the day. Or hang out in the hallway, whatever you would prefer.
Is anyone in the bunk bedroom? Is she, like, she'd stop in there?
Yeah, there's no one there currently. Doesn't seem to be being used.
And this is basically all I can access from this point is basically just the hallway or this bedroom.
There's basically the hallway, the sort of alcove where your normal chairs, and basically same idea, sort of halfway down the stairs that you normally come up from the back is an entryway into, sort of a landing and an entryway into this sort of small room. If you wanted to get the vertical, it's all but kind of right below the alcove where you normally are stationed for the night.
Okay. So yeah, I guess she'd just kind of sit there for a while and wait until she was. Because I imagine she's a little more awake after that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So she just kind of like maybe meditate for a bit before deciding to hit the hay.
Okay. So meditating down in the room or up
in the room.
Okay. So you meditate for an hour or so as you sort of review your conversation and calm your mind, and then go into your long rest. Pretty slow day as there are no windows here. There's a slight hum, if you really listen to it, of the wind perhaps outside, but since this is sort of basically an all stone room, there's not any glass that vibrates or anything. But you basically spend your morning doing your long rest. It's sort of mid-afternoon, and it doesn't take you long to realize that the wind is still in fact blowing outside.
All right. Then yeah, I guess she'd try and find some space to like warm up a bit. Try and get her morning practice in. Obviously, doesn't have a lot of space to work with, but go wherever she would have the most space.
Okay. You head down and do me an investigation with advantage, I'll say.
Okay.
14, that's enough. At the bottom of the stairs that you really come in, you see some of those normal decorations that you are used to, similar to the ones on the front sort of lobby area. Not nearly as ornate or nearly as large, but you do see one that does seem to look like a representation of stone in this sort of, again, about 10 foot by 10 foot square entry that you normally come in through before going up the stairs.
Okay. Yeah. So she kind of just keeping it more restrained, but basically start her practice there.
Okay. It's a little bit cramped, but you are able to do your practice there. As you do so, between one of your drills, you do place your hand against the wall, just catching your breath, maybe perhaps getting something there. And this wall fades away, and you see a staircase going down.
She's curious. She'll go down.
You go down. It's about a story down, and you find yourself in a familiar place. It is the area where you sparred against Ernesto. Apparently, you have been given access to the training area.
Nice. All right. With a bit of relief, she will then probably do her more normal workout down here.
Yep. So you go through it, and having all the time in the world on your hands, you're able to do that. You can pull out your sword. There are some dummies down here that you could use to practice some of your sword work. So you're welcome to go ahead and add truly, if you up to 3 hours, if you would like to, of
Sure.
your a longsword training, and it's probably just by your own sense of time between your own monk warm ups and the sword training, and you're pretty well tuckered out. You it's one of the few times you've had time on your hands. Is there any place special your mind drifts to?
Just time on my hands after I'm worn out. She'd, huh?
I'd even say during your workouts, as that's almost one of your meditation types.
I don't know. She'd probably actually think about her master and training there, especially with the wind going and that memory coming up from her.
Sorry. And you do. There is sort of a comfort and maybe even some of the routines that you haven't necessarily been through in many years, some of the more basic forms, but it's quiet and you're alone and there is not 6 or 7 other people around, and sort of the crazy atmosphere that you have been inundated with. And as you come sort of to the end of your energy and also everything that you wanted to do, you hear a small, just sort of, and see Ernesto looking in on you. I realize now, sorry, right, let me get the right voice. I realize now that I really did just get lucky when I beat you.
Better to be lucky than dead.
That is true. I have received a message from Madame Veronica. She wants to meet with you tomorrow morning at sunrise at the Wail. Wail, W-A-I-L.
Okay.
Yeah, not swimming whale.
Got so excited for a moment. I'm just like, who's gonna look happy? Oh, no.
There's going to be a giant whale.
Yeah.
So happy.
She said she has a project for you. You do
And
not want to keep her waiting.
Luna will sort of flash back to the conversation with Selena, kind of idea dawning, nod her head at him.
And like I said, it's probably early evening. Woo, hey, thanks, Prax, for 200. Woo, look at that. Thanks, Prax. You are welcome to spend those if out of the doobly-doo down below for their cash value, or we can just put them into the count with our bits. But normally what we do is we put them into our big bits bin, and once we reach $100 worth of bits, we then roll it all over into the donation as part of the spell bank. So either way that you would like to do is fine. Early evening, a little early to turn in, but you also know sunrise does come early here.
Early, yes, it does. So yeah, Luna wants to make sure she doesn't sleep through that appointment. So yeah.
So you take a long rest. Again, you stave off any exhaustion from all of your training the night before. And in the morning, you do wake up. Your own sort of monk sense of time has you up easily an hour before dawn or sunrise. And I'm going to assume you asked Ernesto.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where to go? Yes.
We'll just play that then, of course.
The cartographer? Yes. Yes, she would.
Or that he told you which way to go. And so you head out. It's not far from the what Ernesto had said, that it is a part of the overhang district. And you head out of the Burning Rose through the Windward Basin, and you see front of you the big sentinel wall of the sentinel chateaus that you pass underneath of to get out of the Windward Basin and out onto the overhang district, which used to be the site of the Greymont castle. And you turn over to your left and head towards the cobalt cloud. You pass by it as Ernesto described it to you. The cobalt cloud being this grounded prototype airship that has sort of become an entertainment venue that you've heard about around town, and Vidar's actually mentioned it a couple times. A wide path opens between one of the rock outcroppings that sort of nestles the airship and these sentinel chateaus that mark the outside of Windward Basin that you sort of just passed underneath of to get into the overhang district. This path sort of descends and winding through a cleft in the rock that sort of rises higher and higher over your head with every step. And the early morning light sort of bathes this area, which you kind of realize that on any other morning, this whole area would be filled with dense fog. But after the windstorm, this air is clear and crisp, and you can see, well, it's before sunrise, the sky's just beginning to lighten above you. And you turn the corner and you arrive at the Wail. What lies before you is a clearing of naturally flat stone, the barely perceptible slope toward the cliff edge of the Falcon's Crest Plateau. You probably would not have even noticed this slope if it hadn't been for this early light, sort of orange in the sky over to the east, streaming across the Misty Moon Valley and hitting this sort of flat rock. And its highlights sort of the rivers and tributaries of stain on the stone that's flowing toward the edge. Across this clearing, across this flat stone area, is presented a vast tableau. From your cartography skill, it's familiar to you. It resembles a river delta. But what would be the water here and marked normally as blue on the map, here, in this morning light, is blood red. Your eyes are drawn to the source, and you look down a little bit into this area that is recessed into the stone. And to your left, you see an iron statue of a falcon. Its head is dipped in shame, wings loose at its sides, dragging the ground in misery. And in this dim light before the sunrise, you can see the familiar glow of the cistern enchantment on it. And as you watch, you see a rust-colored tear drip from its beak down onto the stained river at its feet. There's no channel or basin where the tear falls. You can only imagine that each tear finds its own way to the edge, sometimes combining with the others, sometimes finding the way alone. The sun breaks across the horizon to the east. And as you are overcome by this initial reaction to this place, you start to see figures, about 24 people spread around the area, many gathered in small groups, mainly at its perimeter. There's a few near the statue, most of the rest around the outsides. At first, you think they're praying, and it's how you might have missed them initially, because they are often, most of them, on their knees. But with a closer look, you realize they're working. What you'd thought were just scattered stones delineating the edge of this space, you realize were stone shrines, many now overturned and shattered from the wind. Near the statue, you see a blazing braid of fiery hair. No doubt, Madame Veronica. How would you like to proceed?
Luna will If she can, make eye contact and just stride forward at an even pace.
There's a little short staircase to sort of get down into this area that's carved out of the stones. Madame Veronica does turn as you approach. She is a tall, striking figure. She's wearing a well-tailored white long-sleeve shirt with oversized collar and sleeve cuffs. It's tucked into a sort of supple burgundy leather pants behind a wide silver belt. Calf-high black boots complete her ensemble. As you get closer, you can take in her features. She has almost an androgynous beauty about her, an allure that is undeniable. Sculpted cheekbones and strong jaw, accented by a sharp, narrow nose and full lips. Olive, slightly tan skin. As you approach, she gives you a rehearsed but genuine smile, and you get a glimpse of her eyes that are gray and flecked with silver, like the ashes found in a hearth the morning after a fire has burned too hot and too brightly. As you approach, "Luna, it is so nice to meet you." She takes off her burgundy gloves that match her pants and offers a hand out to you. You can roll an insight if you would like.
Yep. Do. I don't know if this is with advantage or not. Cause
No, that's fine. She is... You definitely get the feeling you are being tested in a way almost like your master used to watch your forms so closely. She is friendly. She is not menacing in this, but she is assessing you. She is hard to read, and with the 21, you realize that she's probably your same age, but there is a maturity about her that belies her young age, that she has been through so much almost daily that she feels as though she would be much older. And she looks to you and asks, "Will you walk with me?" And she sort of turns and she sort of looks to you for permission and goes to link her arm through yours.
Luna will watch her eyes the whole time she does it, but she will link arms.
And she sort of begins to escort you around the perimeter of the Wail. "Are you familiar with this place and what it is?"
I'm not.
The culling here in Falcon's Crest was a terrible thing to behold. Not for its brutality or its horror. Everywhere it was horrible in that way. But here it was for how quickly the population was bent to the will of a vocal few. How the culture of everyone under one roof turned to not under my roof, to finally not under any roof. I witnessed it all, you see. My parents shaved my head and dressed me in headscarves from the time I was born, as it is their tradition, being from the Saradan Desert far to the south. So no one knew that I was, she almost tests the word, Genasi. Truly, I don't think I really knew I was until I took over the daily ritual of shaving my head when I was 8. She sort of becomes lost in thought.
Luna would have looked a little sharper at her when she said the word Genasi, because this will be the first Genasi she hasn't had to explain that to.
Regardless, It was here where it began. She gestures out to this area. At first, parents sneaking to this secluded place in the dead of night under the cover of fog, cleansing their family and their house. Then it became secret rituals in the night, led by the Temple of Purity, wearing hooded robes with that damnable silver disc covering their face. Then all it took was a series of accidents. A fire in the knot, a child floating into the sky on the stonewood rush, a cistern stone enchantment failing, and then the Temple of Purity was right there, ready to strike on that solstice 15 years ago. The city was brimming with refugees from the Cullings running to the one place they'd heard about, the one place where certainly they would be safe. But as celebrations go, too much alcohol, too many superstitions, and the temple there coaxing the flames. It only took one night for these children to be rounded up by the mob. The Talon God ordered to stand aside, the Arcana Mystica watching from their towers, not wanting to interfere with the matters of the church. Over 300 children of the elements, packed into this place, some given freely by their parents even, while others stolen from their beds and cribs across the city. She speaks now like she's recounting a memory. I hid in the crowd, wearing my headscarf, but terrified I'd be found out. But I had to see. I had to see what they were doing. I had to know. The cistern stones that people carried did a poor job of illuminating what was happening, their light not being able to cut all the way through the fog that evening. But I do remember hearing the sobs and the crying, the sound of boys and girls and infants, most younger than me, calling out from the fog. A tall figure in a white robe and a silver disc for a face stepped forward. I don't remember all he said, but I remember him thanking the people gathered for their work in cleansing this stain upon our city. And then the thunder roared. And just like that, the sobs were all gone. Absolute silence prevailed for a moment as the last sound of the thunder faded. And then, by a trick of the fog, or the weather, or an errant echo, we all heard it. The wail of over 300 children falling to their death. She pauses, lost in the memory. This place is a reminder to the city of that atrocity. The elves here are particularly poetic in their memorials. The statue is made of solid iron and enchanted at its core as a cistern stone. It will stand until the fog and rust consume it. That is the time of penance. But the stains on the stone, she motions to them, they will always remain. For the murder of innocent is not something that can ever be washed away. Which brings us to you, Luna. I take pride in finding out who works for me, and you've left quite a trail behind you indeed. But right now, that is very useful to me. Margrave Dulenlog has been pushing their boundaries for quite some time with their masked dragon, and you present the perfect opportunity for me to send a message. She sort of turns and looks at you directly, and you, watching her eyes as you have been, see that she her eyes drift over to sort of a lock of your hair that is become unruly and sort of fallen in your face. Do you mind? She reaches out to push the lock of hair. A genasi with a sizable temple of purity bounty on her head, working here, in the open, at the solstice, for me. And as she says it, you see her with a swift motion of her hand cut a lock off her hair, perhaps a blade in her ring or something. And she reaches out, again, asking for permission and consent, begins to braid it, her fiery hair into your watery green, and weaves the lock into your hair. She examines her work. Yes, that should do nicely to remind all those who are loyal to this city just exactly the magnitude of what they will lose if they decide to collect blood money from the Temple of Purity here and now. You will spend a few hours each day here. Make sure you're seen around town doing normal activities with those friends of yours. I will be occupied for the next 10 days with the solstice ceremonies, beginning on this Tuesday afternoon with the reopening ceremony for the last army's catacombs and the Greymont burial vaults. And when you're here, wear these. She hands you the burgundy gloves. You see, my gloves are my hands. Do you understand? Do you have any questions?
Do you have any concerns of what I intend to do in this city?
She looks at you and examines you very closely. I don't think that I do. And I think that if you were ever concerned, you would bring it to me before acting rashly.
I do feel it is only polite that I inform you that while this is a form of penance, there's more the temple needs to pay. They have, and she will kind of reach into her holy symbol that's normally tucked away, bring it out. They have perverted his house. And I am here to fix that.
I appreciate that. And I have no problem with you rooting out the last pieces of the temple and power that they have here. It is much diminished with the work that I have tried to do and other friends here. I understand you've met Castian Varro. He is a friend of mine, and he can be trusted. But even friends can sometimes have their hands tied into actions that they don't like, so understand, here especially in Falcon's Crest, even friends cannot act on every situation.
I understand, but I cannot stand idly by while our people are made into items.
My understanding is the bishop who was once here has fled back to the west. But there is still much superstition here, and with the tieflings arriving,
it will be worse.
It will be worse. Other new players in town that I'm not entirely sure of their motives. That's why I intend on being at that reopening of the catacombs.
Catacombs?
Yes. 2 days from now, Tuesday, they are reopening them. Apparently, some benefactor, a Mr. Tillison, has found favor quickly and not through traditional means, and was going to
Was Bati's last name Tillerson?
You heard them say that his alias in town is Bartholomew Tillerson.
Okay.
But yeah, it's Bati Halathar. Halawathar is his actual name. But he took on the alias of Bartholomew Tillerson. Ambrose told you about that.
Gotcha. So I imagine her eye, she would not keep her eye from twitching at the name Tillerson. Veronica's welcome to take that as she will.
He is nigh untouchable for what he has offered the city and for those in powers. If you have business in the catacombs, having possibly read you correctly, you best get to it quickly, as once they are open to the public, access will be difficult and many eyes will be upon them.
I understand. It's only fair I warn you that Tillerson, making it very clear that that is not the name
Right.
Luna would use, is far more than he seems.
As quickly as he rose, I figured as much, and he seems to keep his true face hidden around town. Even some of the best arcanists that I know haven't been able to penetrate the illusion that he uses.
I would be surprised if they could.
Be careful at whatever it is you're planning, but as I said, you'll want to act quickly.
How do you know the word Genasi?
The Arcana Mystica has been spreading it around as part of, along with this song, Children of the Children. Nice little tune.
It appears propaganda does work.
In a city like this, more than you would know, Luna.
And Luna will kind of, she doesn't have like gloves on or anything. She'll kind of like put her hand up with the ring she got from Florian on there. Perhaps there is more I know than you realize.
Perhaps. And she sort of pivots, sort of noticing the position of the sun. As I said, I imagine you'll find yourself in more trouble than the Margrave represents to you. But my mark will only be a message to those loyal to the city. So that should keep them out of your way as you go about your business. But any of these others, especially this Tillerson, you're going to have to handle on your own. But I hear you're quite capable of handling yourself in a fight.
That is correct.
She sort of gives you a wink and walks back towards the path and leaves you here in the Wail.
Yep. And Luna will do her few hours here, assuming like, yeah, nope, that starts today as far as she's concerned.
Yep. So,
and gloves on.
You put your gloves on and do me a perception check.
Sure. Killing me.
It's not hard to see around here. There's, of the 24 people you noticed before, many of the eyes follow Madame Veronica as she leaves. Others linger on you, kind of wondering who you might be, and having seen that interaction between the two of you. The people here are mainly a mixture of half-elves and, of moon elf heritage, as you've come to expect here in the city, and humans. There are not any other Genasi that you spot right away with your roll. But there are some figures who have hoods up, which obscures their features. There's two others who stand out quite differently than the others. One is a bird-like humanoid in robes that marks them as a member of clergy for some church. You're not able to distinguish from the style or color what it might be. And the other stands out due to their size. This is a huge figure, well over 8 feet tall, lean but powerful build. You can notice their broad elven features dominate their face. A bright red top knot of fiery red hair sweeps down over their bare, pale skin that is covered with brands and tattoos. This is most assuredly a tundra elf of the same race of Ulagolra from Sojourn's Crossing, and they are looking at you with an open and inquisitive expression.
Then we'll wander over.
You can roll an insight as you approach.
Okay. Yes! Killing the insights.
It's almost like a neighborly recognition as you approach. But it's also, their face is quite easy to read, you're finding, which doesn't necessarily match this imposing figure, that they would be so careless with their expressions. And that's about all you can get from them as you approach. They sort of look down at you. There's a place here that's sort of caved in where there's some large stone, and they're using their strength. This tundra elf, he's using his strength to try to get some of this area cleared where it has crushed some of the shrines underneath.
Okay. Can I help you?
Yes, that would be most appreciated. He gives you a big smile. Again, not quite matching the sort of ferocity of his form or his features. He starts to lift some of this. I saw you with Madame Veronica. Are you here just to gain her favor?
No.
He smiles at that. What brings you here then?
My feet.
He kind of laughs. You have wise words.
Your name?
Yog Volton.
Doc Volton?
Yep, I can put it in chat for you. Friends call me Yog. Again, doesn't seem to quite match, going off of your insight from before.
I'm called Luna.
Yes. Right. Nice to meet you, Luna.
And your companion. They were standing together, right?
I'm sorry?
The bird humanoid and the
bird
Thunder.
humanoid is actually, no, there is off in a different area, sort of more up
Oh,
by
sorry.
more up
Okay.
by the statue of the falcon.
And she would not have said that.
Yeah.
You seem interesting.
Yes, I have traveled far. I took Star's path from my village and traveled north around Frostdagger Bay, across the great northern tundra, then south past ancient holy cities, ventured through the hinterlands, the marshes, and the veldt. I'm going to go off your earlier insight. It almost sounds as though he's repeating a story being told to him as he's recounting this to you. As though he's listening and then saying, then listening, then saying. Then delved deep into the Miravel wilderness.
That sounds like quite the journey.
It was. Trained me well. And you see him again moving some large stone forms, and then begin to gather some of the smaller pieces very carefully, but not very dexterously. Certainly, his strong, broad fingers aren't made for detailed work such as this.
Mm-hmm. Luna will kind of help catch the other little pieces that are more difficult for him and help him put them in place.
Thank you. You can do me another insight, and with your previous roll, you can do it with advantage.
Cool. 4.
And 24. He keeps looking at you. There's a weird hope behind those eyes, and they almost the eyes almost seem familiar to you.
Mm-hmm. She'll kind of take a moment to stare long into those eyes. If you need my help with something, or if you would like to meet me again, you are welcome to find me. And she'll indicate the Windward Star. That's what we're saying.
Yep. Yes, I know where it is. We've got work to do here.
We do, and we can talk about many things while we are.
I'd like that. So, you're becoming a courtesan?
No. I see nothing wrong with that path, but that is not mine.
Seems a little taken aback by that. So, just a tool?
We all have uses to people in this world, and sometimes we use others. I am here of my own free will, doing what I came here to do. I'm bound to no one, but I do work with people.
It's an interesting times that we're entering into here in the city. Lots of people, big ceremonies. He says that with a little too much emphasis.
Yes, big ceremonies can be intimidating, but as long as you never lose sight of who you are, you'll move forward. I'm not even from here, but I'm making my way. There's a path, always.
With very familiar intonation goes, thank you, Luna.
You're what? Because, I'm sorry, was it Xavier or Xander?
Sethander.
Sethander. You are welcome, Sethander.
He sort of smiles. It's that weird thing of hoping someone will recognize you, even though you're in disguise, or hiding. He kind of smiles at you and goes, I hope your friend's not angry with me. I was having a bad day, and I was very excited about what he was saying, and then it felt like he was just saying things to get what he wanted, and I got mad and I ran off, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you're mad at me because I upset.
Calm down. I am not upset, and I'm sure my friend will be fine. I do not think he intended to seem like he was using you.
I have arrived.
You have. But I will apologize on his account. Intent and perception are two different things.
Thank you, Luna. And he sort of looks, he goes, I can only be Yogg for about an hour. But so we should get the heavy things done now. And then we can maybe work together on some of the smaller stuff.
Yes. I will look forward to working with you in any form. Especially when I get to see your face again.
And there is a big smile at that. And after probably only about 45 minutes or so, maybe 30 minutes more, Yogg sort of goes off, sort of behind some rocks, and then you see Sethander come out, and you all are able to work side by side for the rest of the day, talking, small talk, etc.
And when Sethander, when I get to see Sethander again, Luna will actually give him a smile.
He looks at you. You should do that more often, Luna. It's nice.
Perhaps you can teach me how.
And with that, your day passes until finally you head back to the Windward Star, try to meet up with your friends, get into a fight, and we will rejoin the rest of the party. But tell you what, we're going to take our break just a little bit early because it makes sense to do it here. And we'll let Celia introduce herself, and we will, or Triagon Druid to introduce herself, and I will let Luna, unless you want to run first, if you want to talk a little bit about our charity, and I'll let Celia introduce herself, and we'll have Pun of the Week, and we'll be right back, picking up with the party back, caught up in time, as they all head to bed for after their fight with Bati's minions. I'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Triagon Druid. I play Celia Rollerin. She has no memory. It's all good.
It's only 2 days. It's fine.
Also, puppy.
There we go.
Max has to make his weekly debut.
Parents.
Weekly show up and bark very loudly, except this time it's just gonna. Yeah.
Just be a cute little dog.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
But look,
Loves his mommy.
yes, he does.
Because you couldn't leave her alone. Does he? No.
This is officially a pet stream.
Every time Daddy gives mommy kisses, he has to give mommy kisses. It's ridiculous.
If it was a pet stream, we get way more viewers.
We would. Let's be honest. We'd be top of Twitch.
Yes,
Got
but
all the cats and dogs for us.
Speaking of Twitch, welcome everybody. If this is your first time here, welcome. If you've been here before, welcome back. This channel is run 100% for charity, and our charities change once a month or perhaps twice, depending on the length. And this month's charity is Toys for Tots, an organization that our DM has worked with extensively over the years. You can do anything from find local events to volunteer hours for. You could donate directly to the website or through our channel. It's a great organization, getting toys to kids everywhere, especially in disadvantaged areas. Yes, there's lots of information. If you click on the link below, toysfortots.org, it will take you directly to the website to check all that out. Or if you choose to donate through our channel, you click that banner with the choo-choo on it, and you can use all the various donation levels below to donate. For any dollar amount, you can donate to our spell bank, and at every $100, we get a higher level spell. You can give us a D10 healing dice, an advantage, a luck dice, which is a mulligan on any roll, including our this charity month only Christmas surprise level. Give a player an item from the common magic item chart. Any roll of a nat 20 when rolling for the item upgrades the item by 1 rarity level. So if we got very lucky, we could get a legendary item. But please do not feel pressure to donate. You can do things like share our stream on Facebook or Twitter. And again, please feel free to just go to the website itself and check out all the resources there. And now, time for everybody's favorite segment, Pun of the Week!
You tried to avoid it, Jay.
I can stretch. Why was the leopard bad at hide and seek?
Why?
Because he was always spotted!
That one physically hurt. That one physically hurt.
That was really terrible. Really terrible.
welcome.
Really terrible.
I can make it up to you, chat. Don't worry, I can make it up to you. I'll give you a nice little recommendation of a thing. I do book recommendations from time to time when I've been reading something, but I'm going to change it up a little. This is kind of a book recommendation-ish because, yeah, I've recently been playing a new system that I kickstarted a while back, and that system is called Open Legend, essentially a free system out there for anyone who wants to get into tabletop RPG. And the best thing about it, it was worked on not only by the Mr. Matt Mercer himself, but also Ed Greenwood, who has written how to write compendiums and sort of settings and stuff for Open Legend. It's essentially a system you take and you can apply it to nearly any setting. It's a fantastic thing for those who want to get into a tabletop RPG for the first time. The rules are easy to read, pick up, and it's all free over there on the Open Legend website. I highly recommend it. I've recently I started up a new campaign with it, and no one's ever played it apart from me, and they all seem to be taking it really well. So if you don't have the money exactly for all the fancy schmancy systems and stuff out there, Open Legend is always a good alternative, and it's great to get to introduce any of your friends who might be interested in it. So check it out.
Cool. I've also put back up our wonderful new art of Young Luck and the artist, where you can go and follow her on their Twitter page, and they are available for commissions. I highly recommend them, and so there you go. Young Luck Goldheart. Let's move on to Tree Hugging Druid. Welcome.
Yeah, Tree's already introduced herself.
Okay, Tree's already introduced herself. So, with that, we will go ahead and hop back into our story with the party back as evening falls. Luna, after her meditations of her last day, falls asleep, and everyone else has retired in further long rest. Axel, your dreams are troubled. There are so many things that are occurring here in this first week, not even yet, in Falcon's Crest, and so much more to come. And this puzzle, this game, this infuriating, maddening, whatever it is that the Eternal Keepers have set you upon, just sort of cycles through your head, your brain. Axel's brain is hard to turn off in the best of situations. And when there's a puzzle going on and that there's pieces that don't fit and there's things, so many different things through your last several days, even through the weekend. Dragonborn Mage, a Kenku Priest, Ramon's martial arts, names, games, rhymes, the dragons on the wall, the mosaics in the tea hive, the siren's fiddle and key brass harp. It all wrangles around in your brain over and over again, trying to figure out how it all fits together. Names, games, rhymes. Dragonborn Mage, Kenku Priest, Ramon's martial arts. More names, more places, more things. And your evening continues fitfully through the night. Celia, your dreams are also troubled. You keep straining, your subconscious keeps straining to figure out where you were. 2 days. A shadow. The ghost. Missing sigil from Eva. And just a blank spot. The ring having been used. Strangers disappearing in that familiar void energy. But nothing comes to you. New Titans donated $25. Christmas surprise for Axel. Woot woot. Thank you so much, New Titans. The night passes and the dawn comes as you awake. Fog outside the windows again. And your Monday starts. If I get everyone to roll me a Constitution check, we're just going to see the order in which people get up.
Is check not a saving throw?
Just a check. Because it's just literally wake up order.
Okay.
Wouldn't Celia be first?
Actually, yeah, Celia's already going to be up because she's an elf. So, yeah.
I had night shift, man. Don't wake me up.
Yeah. Gosh, I might have skipped over. So, yeah, Luna Madam V said that you would be relieved from your duties during the course of the celebration. I'm sorry. It's written there, but I don't think I said it because I was jumping back and forth.
She's still readjusting her schedule. Whatever. It still works.
Either way. Anyone else? Constitutions? Other than, let's start with Celia then, because she's up.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting things open. Yeah, Celia gets her 4 hours of rest. It's probably like still dark outside.
Very much so.
And yeah, she's gonna like, part of me is just like yeah, she'll do it. She's gonna
I will do one thing that actually, because Bird, I was going to do it in a little bit. I was going to do it in the morning, but just in case, because I think I see where your brain's going, is he would say he was going to play Iska as being very concerned about if any of the party would have been found alone by those things, that they probably would have killed them. I was going to play that as his morning. So, we can say he said it before going to bed, but that was the one piece that Bird asked for me to interject as Iska, was being very concerned about the party splitting up. Doesn't mean Celia's still not going to go, but
yeah, Celia's Celia.
I wanted to I just wanted to make sure it was stated so Bird wouldn't get mad at me.
She's like in hers and Vidar's room alone. She pulls out her rapier. She's gonna use the ring.
Okay.
She's gonna see if it works. She's gonna try to jump into the void.
So yeah, first you got to make an attack roll.
Oh.
You do see it open. I need you to make a dexterity check, and you know what it has to be for you to go through.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm gonna use an advantage.
Okay.
22. Thank God I used that advantage, though.
So did you mulligan and luck roll? Is that what you just did?
No, she did an advantage. So it's for her to go through. It's opening it and then diving through. But
it's two different things.
It's two different things, because it's opening the void and then going through. But it is a nat 20 to have to go through. So at least it's not a nat 1, because we haven't discussed what happens if you nat 1 a.
We haven't.
But if there's something that happens on a nat 20, you can rest assured there's something that happens on a nat 1. So you try to dive through, but unfortunately, at first you feel the void all but grab you as you try to dive through, but you're able to sort of twist out of whatever was reaching towards you as you go by, and it doesn't able to get a hold on you. But it's the first time that you've done this where something reached back as you were trying to pass through.
That's weird. Something is in her safe place. But a ring still works.
It is working again because it does recharge.
Yeah, it recharges. Thank God it recharges. I know Celia. Celia's stubborn. But she doesn't know what would happen. We haven't addressed it yet, but
What are you up to?
she's gonna banish herself.
You can certainly try.
Yep. Celia's stubborn. She's gonna try to banish herself.
Okay.
So she pulls her regular dagger, not the lightning one.
Okay. Pull your regular dagger, and you can, as this is you still have to make an attack roll, but it's at advantage because it's against yourself.
And she just goes for a place that she knows is not a vital.
Yeah, you're an assassin rogue.
I'm an assassin.
Yeah.
I know these things. Oh god. An 18.
Okay. Your ring flashes. Roll me a d4.
Oh god.
Ooh,
4.
a 4.
Oh god.
Ooh.
I gotta do this though.
Yep. Yeah, you got to do that 4 times actually.
Oh, yeah. So, 10.
For the next 24 seconds, you find yourself surrounded by darkness and the void. And you feel as you first go in there and you are hoping for that familiar feeling, that recognition of being in that place where Mithrani waits for you. But that's not what you find awaiting you at all.
Oh god.
You feel a darkness starting first tentatively, but reaching out. And it strokes along the back of your neck.
Oh god, I hate it. I hate it so much.
And you feel a trail lead behind as it ever so gently slices into your neck. And then it's almost as though it gets a taste of whatever it was that it drew from you. And it starts reaching out again across your arms, slithering like 1,000 crawling little beetles running down your arms, each one leaving behind a trail of scratches. And finally, you feel it draw away from you, ready to strike. And you see two glowing eyes and a giant maw coming to bite you in half. And right as its jaws are closing around you, you find yourself back in the room, but you can almost feel the teeth where they would have dug into your abdomen, where it would have all but bitten you in half. And you find yourself back in your room.
She just kind of gently places her weapons onto the bed. Says, I'm not doing that again. And and she's just like, I'm gonna go do some research. Research. I'm good at research.
I'd say about this time, Axel, you have gotten your long rest, but you've been tossing and turning, so you are up early. How does Axel start his morning after his fitful dreams? Oop, you're muted.
Am I? I thought I fixed it.
There we go. Now you're good.
Yep, okay. I think after a night of fitful dreams, I think he's learned that from Iska that a nice cup of tea might be a good thing for this morning. So he's gonna.
Whoa, Grimjack! Thank you for the giant raid of 19 folks. Welcome everybody. We are right here in the Vice. Thank you very much for dropping by. We do run our channel 100% for charity. This month we are raising for Toys or Tots. If you'd like to donate here, that would be great. Or you can go directly to their website, donate directly to them, or find out ways you can volunteer in your own community, as they are an amazing, amazing organization. And with that, look at that. We also have a bird joining us as well. Look at all these things coming together all at once. Raiders, a bird.
Hey, folks.
Hey.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in during the raid because I thought that was the easiest and best time not to interrupt story. Sorry, Axel. I want to know more about your tea.
Yeah, go ahead and tell us about your morning tea as I get folks in the right spots and all those amazing things.
Oh, he's breaking down the tea, is he?
He's breaking down the tea.
I did that for you, Bird. Love you.
So, I mean, the thing is, Axel might not be the best at making tea. It's tea. It's just there's certainly compared to what they had at the tea hive and such. It sort of seems a little bit of a downgrade. But he puts together some tea, gets it going. It's got to kind of find a comfortable chair to sort of sit in, and especially for them. And really, he's just gonna pull out his 5 or 6 notebooks and put them on the table in front of them. Just start sort of flicking through them almost at random, just sort of picking up bits here and there.
Okay.
But mostly he's sort of just getting lost and trying to not focus on anything, but focus on everything. And sort of a meditative thing for him. Same with his spells as well. And so he comes across, sort of going through his passages, and he sort of comes across one. It was a sort of transcription of notes they had made earlier. Sort of flips through it, flips back, and pushes the book to the side, and sort of looks up and maybe is waiting for something. And then he's just going to settle down with his cup of tea and study his spells for the day. But yeah, he's going to check over the note about the Eternal Keepers once again.
Okay.
Really going to put much effort into it at this point.
So, Celia, I will say you do smell tea brewing. And I think just because we'll go ahead and let Bird vs. Plane introduce himself.
Sorry, I'm getting all set up. Hey, I'm Bird vs. Plane. I'm playing Iskatul, the half-elf gunslinger bard disaster lady.
Yeah.
And I'm ready to figure out what's going on. So, yeah, let's roll.
Cool.
Oh, you're a
And,
mild squall at worst.
there you go. I would say that Iska, just because her yesterday morning and yesterday was all about tea, and perhaps maybe some sweet dreams of tea related topics. The smell of tea awakens you early as well. So
Okay.
you guys, as you wander out of your rooms, can find Axel at the table, the boiling stone going, and you using some of the tea leaves from yesterday, Axel? The smell of
Yes.
some of the tea from the tea hive, filling the suite which you all are making your residence with the smells of morning and comfort. Hey, Mr. Pokey, with 1,690 bits for Toys for Tots. You rocketh. Thank you. That's amazing. Yeah, throw those flexes up there, folks, if you got them. Flex them if you got them, or put anything else up in there. Toys for Tots is near and dear to my heart. I really appreciate the donation. And as we'll be rolling all the bits up into dollars as we move along through the month. And I super appreciate it. So thank you. So, and Luck, you're welcome to join whenever you'd like. Luna, your call, as the tea probably won't awake you because you're underwater. But, at whatever point you would be rising. So, Axel, at the table, studying. Celia looking to do some research.
Yeah. Celia just before she leaves, she puts her weapons back, and then she heads for the door. She passes by Axel and Iska, who I guess is down there with.
Yeah.
And she just says, "So I found out where I sent people when I finished them. Okay, I'm gonna go do some research. Goodbye."
Wait, what research? What? You're going to do research? Were you planning to do that? I mean, I could go if you want. And probably shouldn't be going alone. You said research. Axel is.
Yeah, like, that's today's
Claws out.
secret word.
Yes, you now have a cat
No,
sitting
you
on
said
your
the
lap.
magic word.
You can't go anywhere. As we all know, you are trapped forever. A cat is sitting on your lap.
Celia just stops and turns to look at Axel. She goes, "Sure, you could probably help me."
Sure, I'm really happy to. Just one moment. That he grabs all the books, stuffed into a bag
All the books.
because he had 6, 7 of them.
I imagine this is happening. Luna is, dressed and walking down the stairs, but her head is still encased in the water bubble, which is her version of 5 more minutes.
Right. You press the snooze bar.
Uh-huh. But she'll be downstairs.
Luna, just before we go, maybe you want to, maybe think about it a bit later. And he leaves one of his notebooks out on the page to the transcription of Marat's ramblings.
The ramblings? Okay.
The ramblings. When you have time, I think it might be something. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
So yeah, I believe everybody has those.
Yeah,
in
we have the
their-
handout.
Yeah, in your handouts. So there they are, Indigo Sea documents. The ramblings. Yeah, so there for you. I don't know if you picked them up at this time or not.
He's just gonna leave it. I'm presuming he's still going, like, he's sort of
Yeah,
left
still
it
going.
there while he was leaving, so.
How about Iska? What are you up to as you see Celia and Axel all but out the door? How about you, and as well, Luck?
I think he probably is just sort of like he's probably taking his time to get dressed. As he probably woke up when Axel woke up, just was like did the sort of hand wave thing, and then sort of probably just as they're leaving, he sort of comes out. Speaks up and goes, where are you heading?
Library.
Got it. Any particular reason why?
I never quite. You were talking really fast. I didn't quite catch it. Says the cat.
Says the cat.
Exactly. Yeah.
She just says, saw something in my dream. I gotta go find out what it was.
Okay.
Iska, Luna?
Five more minute bubble.
Yeah, that's why I just left it there for her to do it.
Should we all go together? Should we really split up after what happened yesterday? I'm assuming it was yesterday when we got attacked. Is that where we are in the timeline? Cool.
Yep.
Yay. Catching up.
Yeah, you're perfect. You came in right as we
I
were
know.
switching from Luna's.
Yeah. Should we come with you? Are you going to be okay? Or
I mean, if you want, it's a public library.
listen, fair. But I don't know if those things out there, how many more are left when they can attack. I would like to come with, just to be safe, just to keep us all together.
Well, that keeps three of you together.
Well,
That's
I mean,
true. I'm waiting for
yeah,
you to
so
get your damn
it's
bubble
like-
so I can talk to you.
You, no one has tried to touch her. Figure it
So
all.
he just like points to Luna, so I don't think she's going anywhere.
Fair points. One of those things did mention her specifically, that they wanted the green one. So you're right. No matter what, a few of us should stay with Luna at least. As soon as that bursts, I'll check in. I don't want to wake her up a minute earlier. She says,
Celia just kind of says, you know where the library is, so if you need us, you can just go there.
I imagine as Celia and Axel are walking out of the room, that's when Luna's kind of like slowly unwrapping the water from her head and back into the container. Morning.
hey, good morning.
Morning.
Any big plans today, Luna? Anything you'd like to do or go? Or these two are heading to the library to do some research. That's all I have.
She'll
That's
just
all I've
wave
got.
at Axel and Celia. I have to sit somewhere for a while, but besides that, no. What are you doing? I see you, Roller 300.
Don't encourage her.
Oh, come on. You already know I'm self-motivated.
Hey, Sunreal.
Yeah, that's what Luna says.
Do we have any more context to you saying have to go sit somewhere? Or is
No, you do not.
that so
It's literally
mysterious research and specific sitting. Can either? Can you expand a little bit on that, Luna? Would you mind, or is it secret sitting?
I have to go sit by the statue erected as penance for the culling of the Genasi from years ago. So as I said, sit somewhere.
Can we come with you?
If you
Yeah,
will.
I'd be interested in seeing this myself.
Yeah. Then it's settled.
Okay. So, Axel and Celia off to find a library because y'all haven't been to the library yet.
And you didn't ask the cartographer before you left.
Goes to random NPC bartender dude on the way out.
What's wrong with the bartender dude?
I know everything. Yeah.
Nothing.
And says, "Where's the library?"
Which library?
There's
One with the books in
multiple.
it.
There's multiple libraries.
Well, yes, depending on
One
the
that's
subject.
open to the public.
Which public library?
Perhaps you could.
Do you even read Rogue?
Directions maybe to some of the nearest ones that are more academic than fiction libraries.
Specific topic? I mean, everything's not centralized. They have different areas of town have different. There's some music library. If you're studying.
Where's the Void Library? No.
I feel like you'd want to avoid that one.
Ugh.
Oh God.
So terrible.
I set her up for it.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what you want to research.
Celia's kind of looks thoughtful for a moment, and then she says, "Where's the library that I could do research on planes?"
Planes, as in planes of existence.
Yeah, like other planes.
Most likely that would be in the Arcana Mystica's research.
Which
Of course, you'll have to get up to the plateau and then have permission to go into any of their codexes, I would assume.
I think we can. There will not likely to be anything, similar anywhere else.
Most magical information of that potency would be underneath of the Arcana Mystica's purview.
Well, we can probably figure out something. I still actually, we can go and try. You want to go?
You said we needed to get access to the word was in my head, and then
Yeah,
it left.
The Arcane Terrace.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Arcane Terrace. So,
I mean, you were there on Friday, and you do know last time you went there, you had to have an escort, so you might need.
We
to
also
send
do
word.
know that the offer. There was also an offer that if we need specific books, we could try and get the information. We could ask for the information from the Curse-breakers, right?
Yes, from Eva, that she would try to see if she could pull them in a discreet way as to not, alert people to your presence, as you wanted to stay a little bit under the radar, and she requested that you all stay a little bit under the radar to the Arcana Mystica.
Oh, dear.
so do we want to go talk to Ava?
I mean, how, like, kind of a big deal to do that? Do we really want to? Is it?
It's she kind of pulls Axel in and just whispers in his ear. He says, "Something attacked me in my safe place."
Okay, yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can sort this out.
And
He has no idea what she's talking about, but yeah, okay, he'll help out. Safe space? He had it like a safe space? He doesn't know that.
She just says, "I'll explain to you once we go find Ava."
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Will.
And because Celia knows how bartenders work with information, she flips him a gold piece.
Grabs it. And yeah, so you guys are finishing up your conversation. I'd say Iska, Luna, and Luck sort of pass by you all heading out the front door. So Luna, you just going to guide them down to the Wail?
Yep. She does not explain the little braid in her hair, and she's just carrying the gloves. Well, she doesn't put on the gloves until she actually gets to the Wail, like before she goes down the stairs. Then she'll put those on.
Okay. So you guys turn the corner, and just like Luna, it's amazing how quiet this place is compared to as close it is to the overhang district, and truly to even where you're staying. I mean, you can all but look over your shoulder past the cobalt cloud and still see the tower of the Windward Star. Yet once you start going down this path, it's almost as though you could be miles and miles away. And you heard Luna tell you what this represents, and as you look down, you see this plane of stone with sort of this red-stained markings on it, almost like the delta, as though you're almost looking at veins of blood, a river delta, just this sort of sprawling area of discolored stone marked by the rust of the statue that stands furthest away from the cliffside. As the fog was heavy last night, you can actually see beads of water dripping off of it down across its wings and sort of down into this sort of pool, though not really a divot, just where it falls before finally just that very slight slope lets it meander across and down to the cliff itself. You do still see a few people there. Luna working as they were yesterday. There's still shrines that are being rebuilt. You do see a few other figures you haven't seen before. You didn't see as much of yesterday. They are in gray, pure gray clothes, very similar to the stone. They're sort of loose fitting, a little bit like your monk garments. And you see them going over and where people have assembled all the pieces of stone, running their hands across them, and you see the stone sort of knit itself back together as they sort of shape the stone for people's shrines that were broken. Some of them just as simple as little cairns that people have made. Others look more like a hinge almost, a circle of stones. Not a huge one, just small versions of it, as you see the moon elves usually forming something more like a hinge, the humans cairns, or actual sort of, I don't want to call them tombstones, but almost sort of that type of an idea of a marker with shape and some writing on them, or a picture sort of carved in the stone. Luck and Iska, what are you feeling as you come into this place?
Also, sorry, quick note, Jay. I think your mic's switching back and forth or something.
Yeah,
There's a little bit of
hiss and pop again.
Oh, am I getting the sometimes is that better?
Yeah.
yes.
Immediately.
Yeah, no, my mic does that every once in a while. I don't know what triggers it.
Yeah, I just didn't want to interrupt your
Thank
description.
you.
Yeah.
Feelings about this place?
Yeah, it just because you've got a vague sense of what this is, and
I mean,
the
yeah,
symbolism is pretty direct.
yeah, I was gonna say it's the feeling you get. I don't know. Whenever you go through a museum or when you see an actual like tribute to something, it's like no matter what you're feeling before, this like overwhelming weight of like sadness hits, of just like God, these are lives that were lost for ridiculous and unfounded reasons, and you just feel that weight on you. Like suddenly your shoulders are burdened almost, and like walking is harder to do because you can just feel like history here. So yeah, just that kind of like using the word wonder is weird, but almost that like astonishing, just like wow, like this.
Well, it's that somber sort
Yeah.
of mood.
Yeah.
Luck. There's no way that you can not see the symbolism of it being blood and sort of like these veins of blood. They remind you of what lurks inside of you. Not necessarily because they have anything to do with that, but it's hard after having Ambrose describe the forces at work with you, within you, and even watching, sort of seeing the puppeteering that you did the night before. While to Luna, this looks very much like a river delta. To you, this looks very much like veins and capillaries across the stone.
I think that usual sort of very prideful, full-on sort of look in his face, that smile that he sort of seems to wear most of the time, sort of, it's a very slow drop, but it eventually does sort of drop to a more somber look, as we've been using the word to describe it. Sort of just, it takes a moment just to sort of take it all in, sort of just breathes and sort of almost just like tracks sort of just everything in his own mind, sort of almost like he's building up the picture in his mind of what might have happened here.
Luna, you do spot Yug Volton, Sithander, working again. You do see the Kinku priest here that you saw yesterday, as well as some of these other mixture of people. There seem to be less and certainly more of these shrines or markers are in place now.
Okay. Luna would just kind of tap Yog on whatever body part she could actually reach, considering how long her luck she is. Just kind of tap him as she goes by in acknowledgement.
Yeah, I mean, you guys recognize also that this is a tundra elf, like Uil and Golra, from back in Sojourn's Crossing, first one that you've seen since there. And again, very kind of shocked to see one in this place.
I mean, I think there's shock, but it's also just the
A lot of things
this
coming.
place. It's hard to be like whoa, when it's
Yeah.
everything's here. So it's kind of just mental note and like looking at him, but still passing by in silence. Largely following Luna's lead here. Like,
Luna will just kind of go sit, hands crossed, and look as the people work.
Okay. Yog comes over to you and it's like, sort of looks at you, goes, could use your help if you would like to join us.
He'll nod.
And few places where you can sort of help him as you did yesterday.
Yep.
You see this bird-like priest wander around more today, sort of, I don't want to say inspecting, but putting sort of final touches on some of the shrines that are finished. Seems to be a caretaker of some sort, and sometimes placing a cistern stone, very almost like a pebble, cistern pebble, sort of almost the equivalent of like a votive candle at many of these shrines as they are being placed and re-erected, so to speak.
Okay. And I think Luna, along with trying to kind of help assemble the pieces so they can be mended, would go around and make sure everybody stays hydrated.
Yep. And certainly it's appreciated, as you know, water is very much here, and you'll find it's you can even sometimes hold the pieces together with ice, to be able so that till the stone workers get there to sometimes putting a puzzle together is hard when you can't actually attach some of the pieces as you go along and figure out where things go. So yeah, you guys spend some time there. Anything else you would like to do?
No. She'd offer to Sathander, if you would like, you can. Do you have to go back home right after you're done here?
He sort of looks at you. Still Yogg at this point, because you have only been there for a little while. Goes, no, not particularly. I just need to be back before the fog rises.
You are welcome to accompany us back if you would like.
Sure. And smiles. Gives you a big smile.
I think you would get along well with some of my other companions. They are warmer than I am.
He sort of smiles, and but you speak without all of the muddiness. You are like clear water.
There's nothing wrong with a little wine now and then, but the water is always here.
True. It the
And
echoes.
honestly, I'm sure it's good with love to talk to you more.
Too late, Kyle.
I mean, to be fair, he didn't actually say which companion it was.
It's
so
true.
Still
It's true.
know. She can guess, but
he just sort of says, when you listen to echoes incessantly, clear water is much appreciated.
I am here to talk to you as often as possible.
It's good luck. Anything you guys want to be doing? You see Luna's sort of working and talking with this large tundra elf.
And she willingly touched him, which is out of the norm for her.
Right. It's fine if you don't. I mean...
Oh, yeah, I'm just trying to think here. Like, I think Iska is just so drawn into this place just to marvel in the atmosphere here. Like, this is a feeling that, like, it's weird to say it this way, but, like, capturing something like this and being able to relay it to people outside of this area would be like invaluable to like a bard or someone willing to tell stories or songs. So just drinking in the essence of this place and being able to maybe somehow relay that in a manner some way. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Like,
no, it does. And as you think about that, there is, there's a music to this place, even in its silence. And for some reason, your mind drifts back to the brass harp that was back at the siren's fiddle that you placed back on the mantle, the one that was on the ground. Actually, it might have been Luna that did it. You might have already left. I can't remember which of the two of you. Someone put the brass harp that had fallen down at the crime scene.
That was Celia.
Oh, it was Celia. Celia placed it back, but you remember seeing it. You remember, for some reason, your mind is drawn to the brass harp that you saw, and whether it's that you think that harp music would be the perfect way to capture this, but your mind is drawn there as you sort of open yourself to the music of this place and the fate that befell those that were lost here. Luck? Anything?
Shut up, you. After a while, we sort of just looking and sort of almost imagining the scene. Is there like people around who look like, well, they know stuff?
Certainly. I mean, there's this priest who is going around. There's also these. There's some half elves of moon elf origin. There's some humans here. They do seem to be at work somewhat, trying to restore these sort of small shrines. As a miner, you can see a couple places where sort of the walls have caved in a little bit here, just from the windstorm itself dislodging some things. So there's some larger. We'll call them boulders, but certainly some things that your strength, you just like Yogs would assist people with. But having lived your whole life around stone and maybe the traditions of when miners were lost at your village would all be things that would be applicable in this place.
Yeah. He looks for sort of someone who looks like they need a hand, like they might be struggling with a heavier load than they are sort of can handle, and he sort of walks over in this, not the sort of the rushed manner that he normally does, sort of arm swing, but a sort of a slow, steady pace.
Yes, you approach a human woman who is there, and it seems as though some pieces of her of the shrine she was repairing have found themselves under this sort of larger rock. It's not a boulder by any means, but certainly would be too heavy for her to lift up. And sort of sees you approaching, sort of looks up. She has sort of green eyes, sort of mousy brown hair.
Do you need a hand?
Oh, yes. I'm just trying to get the last pieces, and I think this fell on. And she sort of gets quiet as she says that.
I think I see a gap where I can hold on and lift it up.
Yeah, I won't even make you do a strength check.
Yeah.
For you with an 18 strength.
18.
Yeah, you're able to lift this no problem and sort of position it elsewhere so it's out of the way. And she thanks you as you, and she sort of gathers these few pieces you can tell were once sort of carved stone pieces
awful lot of shrines that are kept here.
She sort of looks around. Yes. This is my sister's here.
Sort of breathes. Pardon my rudeness, but what is the story of your sister?
Well, like many others, she was born different. She was just barely a year and a half old when she looks around. This happened. She never, luckily, knew the things people said about people like her. She was just a happy kid. We used to play dolls. My parents didn't even tell me what had happened. She was just gone. But I heard about it from the other kids.
It just surprises me to hear things like this. I've not really traveled that much, and this is it surprises me to find out such atrocities have been done.
She just sort of sighs and well, maybe if I keep coming here and reminding people of what happened in the past, we can make sure something ever happens like it again.
Right.
The whole town's buzzing about the tieflings coming.
How do you feel about the tieflings?
That was all so long before I was born. I think maybe they were just born different too. People say lots of things, but people said lots of things about my sister. Didn't mean they were true.
Right. Yeah. There's part of it is pointless to really point fingers at any mistakes made. It's just the job to try and stop those mistakes happening again.
Yep. Yeah. Well, thank you.
No problem. I should get back to my friends.
She just sort of nods.
Sort of nods back and sort of walks away back to Iska. sort of just puts his hand on Iska's shoulder.
Puts her hand on his. Just don't have to say anything. I'm guessing she knows the caliber of that conversation.
With that, we'll leave you guys in contemplation at the Wail and move back over to Cilia and Luck.
Axel.
Axel and Luck. Axel and Cilia. Good Lord.
He really wants Luck to be there.
I really want Luck to be there.
He's been getting so good with his learning to read.
I know, and all those things. So, Axel, Cilia,
Out of luck right now.
how are you wanting to go about trying to get to either Ava or send a message or...
Axel's going to ask for what I can contact Ava, and maybe I can ask for specific, if I have a better idea of what you said, do something in your safe space, but I don't know much about all that. So and then I can contact her, and then because I have the spell, and then she can sort things out for us.
Cilia.
We go somewhere else, like the middle of the street at the moment, maybe not.
Yeah, she's like, we should probably not discuss this out in the open.
You can head back to your room easily.
Yeah, we'll just head back to the room so Cilia can explain everything.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
She once they get back to the room, Celia goes, okay, so you remember that one time that I kind of just died in front of you?
Oh, yes. It's not.
Okay.
It's,
Well, you know that I went back and fought that thing again.
yes, and you won, didn't you?
Yeah, I won the second time. His name is Mithrani. I was trying to get back to him to get some answers. Possibly, fill in those 2 days that are just gone. And I couldn't make it into the void.
Yeah, because you spent the charges from your ring the other day. Yeah, I do remember that. Yes.
Well, I tried again this morning, and I was able to get the rift open. I just couldn't get into it. So whenever I tried that, I felt something reach back. Which is weird. The only thing that I know is there is
Mithrani, yeah.
money. So, because Axel, I'm stubborn. I banished myself.
What? It's a good thing you didn't say that to Luna. But then again, you're not Vidar. Or, yeah. So, it should probably be nicer to you doing silly things.
Yeah. And while I was there, something with the really big mouth, sharp teeth,
Like a netherwing?
Did it like look like another ring?
You just saw eyes and giant teeth. I mean, there was void energy all around.
She just goes, I don't know. But it almost bit me in half.
Okay,
And
it's
it, like,
and you.
it licked me like it was tasting me.
That's not. That doesn't. That doesn't sound very pleasant. You can probably stick to banishing. We don't like banishing yourself. And I mean, I'm glad you're okay. Well, 'cause, I mean, I don't know much about this sort of stuff. I really didn't do a lot of studying, but do understand that planes. There's also planes that aren't really planes. They're just sort of bubbles. You've got two pieces of plane, and there's a bubble in the middle that doesn't really connect to any of it. And maybe that's where you're going, or maybe you're going into the space between. But I think it was me and Sparkly who thought that maybe there was potentially, well, I think maybe it wasn't just Sparkly, the rest of us, that the Netherwings dwelt in one of these, either a pocket or an attached dimension, which, might not be too different from the places you go to. So if they can hop from there to here, there might be a connection there. I don't know a lot. But it also could do with location here as well. There might be a connection between where you are on this plane and where you are on that plane. I don't know for sure, but at least I have a bit more of an idea of what I can ask for books. Does that make any sense? Is that helpful?
Celia just kind of like rubs her forehead and says, why am I a rift walker?
Because you're really badass? It kind of suits.
Good answer.
Good answer.
It's not wrong.
Yeah. It's Axel.
Celia just is like, that was a lot of information to take in at once. And while she may be a rift walker, planes is not like something that she's learned a whole lot about. Because she's
like, yeah. Well, yeah. So we can ask for information about planes in general, banishment, maybe. And
maybe see what creatures lurk in the void.
And creatures in the void, just generals and planes, and how banishment works. I don't know. I think it's just.
I mean, if we can, excuse me, if we can get a meeting, I can speak English, guys. If we can get a meeting with Ava, then maybe she can do something to bring my memory back. See what she can do.
That's also a thing. So 4 things to mention. Just keep bumping the microphone. Stop doing that. Sorry. So 4 things to mention. I don't know if I can get that all in one message, but I can give it a go.
I believe in you, Axel.
Yeah.
In 25 words or less. Thumbs up.
I'll trust that Axel puzzles through it to make it work.
I'm willing to cast more than one spell to get the whole message across.
As well. Yeah, so you're asking for void creatures.
Yep. Banishment in terms of concept.
Yep.
And, planes. And then secondly, hey, we've got missing 2 days. Do you know how to get somebody's memories back?
Yep.
Yeah, so 2 different messages. One about information and how, and one about how do we get these memories back? Can we have a meeting?
Okay. You get through. She doesn't immediately answer back. You do get the impression that she might be in the middle of something, but she goes. The piece of information that she does give back, sort of piecing together what you have spoken of: planes, banishment, void creatures, not so much, but losing memory. She goes back to you, Axel. Well, it's well documented that interplanar travel, specifically to some dimensions, has a risk of memory loss upon your return to this dimension. That what the mind recorded there, it can't seem to play back once you're here. And there are many things, unspeakable things, that lie and live in the between places.
Listen. Yep. Okay. Since it's only sending as one is, he relays that to Celia, mostly in the same way she heard it, sort of speaking out as he heard it. So it was something bad, but yeah. So I think what she's saying is that if you want to be able to remember what happened, you'll need to go to where it happened, which might be with the Rift Walker's place with Rani is, I think, 'cause that's the place you have access to with your ring, right? Do you know if you can go elsewhere?
I've only been to one place. Well, now I guess two.
We'll just say the one other place. Don't think the void in between counts. It's probably not something you want to think about too much.
For ease, I refer to Mithrani's home as the ruins of the Riftwalkers.
Yeah, ruins of the Riftwalkers. We'll call Celia's banishment place bad place.
Far out. Right. Okay.
Celia just says, well, last time I went to ruins of the Rift Walkers, there's a tongue twister. Last time I went there, I didn't lose my memory. Like, I still remember the fight with them.
But something changed there.
Maybe when I gained my Riftwalker abilities? I haven't really been back since then.
Maybe the change of you acquiring those things and meeting with Randy could have changed the place itself, and then you don't remember things when you go visit. But maybe something happened there that doesn't. Do you? Oh, no, I can't do that. I don't. Yeah, no. I think most of my magic can't go across planes or offer to help. Sort of goes through his. He starts looking through his bag of holding.
So while you're doing that, we're gonna scoot across. after about an hour passes, Iska, Luck, you do see this big tundra elf sort of walk off, sort of over, sort of down the pathway a little ways. Not surprising to Luna. Sathander returns. Walks over to Luna and goes, just about wrapped up what I can do today. I can't bring Yogg back for a while.
I understand.
Looks to Iska and Luck. Hi.
Hi there, Sathander, right?
Yes.
Iska Tall.
Nice to meet you. It was kind of stressful last time.
Yeah, nice to meet under less intense circumstances, huh?
Yeah. And it looks up at Luck, and it's kind of like, so weird looking at you from down here now.
Is it? I think that's about normal height. I think it's weird to look down, then up.
Right. Well, I'm Yogg too. The big guy. That's me. He sort of pats Luck on the arm a little bit.
I still don't follow the...
Well, it's not magic. I'm a druid. And so like your friend, instead of turning into animals, I turn into other people. Does that make sense?
Yes.
We'll work on it.
Magic is not Luck's forte.
But
And it is a magic of a sort,
eh,
if not arcane.
that's true. So where are y'all going?
Back to our rooms, I assume.
What's the time?
It's probably at this point. It's still a little bit before lunch, probably. Actually, it is about time if you wanted to head over to Tangled Braids for your lesson. I'd say y'all got up before dawn, and you know there aren't classes on the weekend. So if you wanted to head over to Tangled Braids, you could certainly do that to pick up your reading lesson.
I'm going to go to the orphanage. That's
a good thing to do. What are you going to do, Luna?
I'm going to go back to our room. It will be about lunch by the time we get there. It's a good time to eat.
Okay. How about you, Iska?
Probably go with Luna here. Would you want to join for some tea? Hang out?
Sure, she invited me before. He sort of smiles. Well, Yogg before, which is me.
Gotcha. Yeah, let's go somewhere we can talk more freely and a little less kind of gestures around.
It's a lot. So fairly easily, you guys are able to head back to the room. Luck, head down into the knot. Whoop.
As a note, just to add some levity, when they're after they're up the staircase, Luna would just kind of, as per usual, Iska up on her back, kind of side grabs the Thander and off they go.
But
She does this a lot. Just screaming.
So yeah, it's a very short breath of the wind to get back to there. One of the things you guys notice as you exit, and especially Luck, you guys walking over here, the fog was still a little bit clinging to things, and maybe decorations hadn't made it this far. But the town is slowly transforming this Monday morning as the solstice is approaching. You see sort of magical flower garlands are starting to be hung across the streets. And here in the Overhang District, as this is sort of an entertainment section, you can see small stages are starting to be set up. You do see one area where there's a big clearing, streets cross. There are some maypoles that are being erected with ribbons of gold and copper. The biggest thing that Luck you'll notice as you get into the knot is children out painting stones. There's lots of stones out there, and it seems as though almost everywhere you see kids with little paint pots, taking any little stone they can find and painting them either bronze or copper or gold, to sort of start to decorate the city. And as they paint them, they sort of set them along the edges of the streets through town. So you're slowly starting to see where these areas that each kid sort of has started to take as their own, the stones get painted, and sort of the energy of the solstice celebration is starting to take over the city. As you even arrive at Tangled Braids, you do see many of the kids outside along the streets doing that very thing, painting the different stones. You see some of your friends, Ariana, Bethany, Marco, Abigail, all these sort of familiar names out here that apparently someone has either donated or they've made their own supplies to start painting. And Ariana, she's out there sort of herding the kids, and as the time approaches and you're there all but right on time, she starts to try to herd the kids in through the front doors to bring them in to have their reading lessons. And she sort of gives you a smile, and she hands you a sunflower, and she goes, to replace the ones on your backpack. They're getting a little old, and you had almost forgotten about the sunflowers from the very first couple days of your trip that you've put back there that have dried now, and birds have come and gotten the seeds, and you've had some of them yourself. But new fresh sunflower she hands you.
So
good to have you here.
So he takes out one of the old ones and just sort of slots it in.
And she sort of takes your arm as you walk in, and you all sit down and have your reading lesson. Iska, Luna, Sathander, you, like I said, you notice this as well through the Overhang District. Most notable to you, Iska, you see that big sort of main stage that's there, this sort of outdoor amphitheater, and you can see that there's starting to be decorations placed around it, these sort of gold and copper and yellow ribbons, the bright colors of the Solstice Festival coming. You see almost like fairy dust sort of in the air, almost like when you look through a mote of sunlight, it seems as though someone has made magical effects to make it so that there's almost a little bit of shimmer in the air around the big area. And even in the lobby of the Windward Star, you begin to see decorations beginning to sort of transform this very gray city, and the slate rooftops starting to almost bloom into yellows and golds. You all get back to the room and find Axel and Celia there. They apparently didn't make it out. Go ahead.
if we could roll back time a little bit. 'Cause
Okay,
there's
absolutely.
still a couple of things that Axel did want to ask Celia, sort of after we sort of sorted the whole thing. So you still have the token reference to get into the Manor District.
The Sentinel Row.
Yeah. You still have the token to get into Sentinel Row, the permission?
She reaches in her bag and she pulls out the letter with the G.
Oh. So
And the smiley face.
And a smiley face.
oh.
Yeah, that's rogue for FU.
Who is what? And this was well, because I don't really want to ask other people, like us as well. There was others around, but I was going to ask if I could have used it to get in because I want to. It's a message I want to deliver. But I guess that's not going to work now. Who goes? We need to figure out some way to stop that happening.
Yeah, whoever this is literally just following us.
I mean, I could do some spell research, maybe see if I can figure out something that might help stop them getting close to take them. I don't know. What if they followed you into another plane? No, I mean, might be. It's probably a stretch. Well, if you don't have the letter, then it's gonna have to go with my old plan then. Yeah. Sorry, a bit distracted. Thinking about. Yeah. Sort of pulls out a book, starts sort of noting things.
You think we've met him?
Maybe, possibly, probably. Some person there on the road who doesn't, who looks like one person one moment, and if they're is, they can, you noticing they probably very good at what they do. So, disguise is probably not.
You got
difficult.
really quiet again, Templar.
Sorry,
Thank
don't
you.
know why it does that.
Yeah, no worries.
Maybe the disguises or something. If they're as good as you, then they probably got disguises.
Do you think you could send to the ghost?
I have to be familiar with them. I have to would have met them at least once. That's
what I mean.
I mean, I would have to have also, I would have to recognize them as the person I'm sending it to. I could just send it to a random person. I don't think. It's like I could send a message to the Viceroy, but it wouldn't work because I don't actually know the Viceroy. Like who they are, what they do, anything about what they look like, or you need it's like you need to send a message like by paper. I need to send it to this person. Well, I don't know what city that person lives in, sort of thing. It's not that precise. I'm just wondering what sort of methods we need to use to stop this ghost from being ghosty. You have anything I can maybe work towards figuring out? A direction, maybe.
Celia pulls out every letter she's ever gotten from the ghost from her bag.
It's a few letters, because we found them all like in a bag in your room back in
he had one hidden. He had like, I think it was like multiple hidden, like in all of her hiding spaces back in
East.
yeah.
Do you mean in East? I mean,
No,
you got one in Sojourn's Crossing. You got one in East. You actually got one on the road to Sojourn's Crossing
Yeah, she
Yeah,
got the one
got it.
with her
with
that
her
had her
dagger
dagger
back.
in it.
Yep.
Yeah.
There was like in Sojourn's Crossing, there was like one in like all of our hiding spots, wasn't it? Just like placed there, just saying.
I don't think it was in each hiding spot. I think it was just that all your traps had been dismantled and there was just the one.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. And then got one in East. And then she got the one, the stupid smiley face. That just makes me want to find out who it is solely so Celia can punch him. Was it only 4 letters that she got from Ghost?
Well, and then you found the campsite
Oh, in the campsite.
with the pick,
Yeah.
the monogrammed pick, lock
Yeah.
pick.
Yeah.
So, the ghost took the letter from us, right?
Probably.
If they're still around, I might be able to try and find it tomorrow. And it might, it's a bit of spell casting, and I don't know, but they'll have to be around. It's an object I can trace. Maybe. No, because if they're inside a building, it won't work. Crap. I need to improve my magic. Yeah. Oh no, yeah. Oh no, different. Wrong spell. Sorry. Yeah, no, it could work and trace the letter if they might be smart enough to, lead lining. But if not, but that will have to be tomorrow.
That could work.
Okay, I'll say about this time, Iska Luna
Yeah.
arrive. No brighter spirits with the directions Sethander in tow.
We're not. I mean, like, no, it wasn't like that.
Okay.
He's not obviously plotting anything.
Insight.
We're not talking about anything at all.
I am actually going to insight that if you say that.
No, he doesn't actually say that.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just going to
you see them at the table conspiratorially, but
Yeah, no, they are sitting there, like Axel's sort of on the table, leaning forward. He's got a book in front of him, sort of talking to. But
Is that, are
nothing
the
him
ramblings
making
still on the table?
he left him on a different table. Yeah, he just sort of left him there.
yeah,
Okay.
still out.
Because I think seeing Axel sort of remind Luna, like, oh, right, he wanted me to look at that again. So she'll drop off Sethander and Iska and walk over to the table.
Sethander, right?
Yeah. Hi.
It's good to meet you again. You doing okay?
Yeah, good to meet you too.
Quiet. Is my mic quiet?
Yeah, it was. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know what's going on there. Let's see if I can fix it.
Yeah, it might be in your Zoom that if it's automatically adjusting, sometimes it gets
Yeah.
toggled on its own.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Do any of you know anything that rhymes with Dragonborn Mage?
Sage.
Sage, Mage, a place, a name. Because there's this Panda, you've been around. Do you know any like locations or shops or anything that might rhyme? Dragonborn Mage. Just a long shot. Okay. Just a little. Yeah.
Do you know any Dragonborn mages? Now or ever, that had rhyming names?
I'm sure there's been some. I've seen Dragonborn wearing the Arcana Mystica colors at some parties and stuff, but I mean, I think they were all very specialized. Like they were either sorcerers or wizards or things like that.
Luna will wander back over and look at Sathander for a long moment and then kind of turn to the rest of the party. We should probably order lunch. I'm sure we are all getting hungry.
There's an idea.
Yep, easy enough.
Yeah.
All but step out and bump into someone who can take your order and run and get things from the bar. Some, sandwiches, whatever y'all are in the mood for.
Okay. And then she'll there's a balcony area in the connected to where Luna's room, right? Because
Yes,
two
there
had
is.
balconies. Okay. So she will actually turn to Sander. May I speak with you outside for a moment?
Sure.
Okay.
Quite a
She'll lead
few
him
you've
out to
got.
back onto the balcony. Please forgive me if I've asked this question before, but when is your trial supposed to occur?
It's on the solstice. They're over at the vineyard with the stone druids in their barrow.
Are you the only one allowed to go, or can you, or the people, witness?
I have to choose someone. One person can come with me.
Have you chosen that person?
He kind of looks at you. No?
Would you do me the honor of making me your companion for your trial?
Yeah. I kind of was going to ask because you seem really smart, and they say that you have to be prepared for anything, and you're an adventurer and have been out in the world. So, would you? Really?
I would be honored.
Thanks, Luna. And he doesn't know any better. He just jumps forward and gives you a big hug.
She kind of, at first doing the awkward pat,
Yeah.
and then kind of settles a little more comfortably into it.
Yeah. I mean, he's only about 14, you would expect. So he gives that sort of full kid hug.
Yep.
Maybe I can actually pass.
Yes, you can. And I will be there to help you in whatever way I can.
Thanks, Luna.
Thank you, Sathander. And she'll kind of like pat his head.
Yeah. He just he's got kind of like a big goofy sort of grin on his face as, he, was feeling pretty awkward.
Dang it, bird!
Look what you did. Look what you did. So, yes, exactly. Objection. But so Sithander, and he kind of smiles, and then he kind of like gets all but self-conscious, like, so I bet you don't like being hugged. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I should have asked first. I got excited. And,
Okay,
if you don't want to, you don't have to do this.
She'll just hug him back into like her side or wherever his head ends up or whatever. Shh. I want to, and I'm volunteering. This is the path I am choosing, and I will walk it with you for as long as you let me.
Okay. I might mess it up for us, though.
You'll move forward, and that is all that matters. Don't focus on what you can't do. Focus on what you can.
Okay.
And kind of like had a finger on her chin, and hold your head high.
Okay. I can do that.
Where should I meet you for this?
We'll be traveling up that morning, or actually probably midday after the big noon festival, because this happens at midnight. So we'll be leaving from the chateau.
Can she get back to that area?
If you ask that, he would be like, yeah, I'll make sure you can get there, no problem.
All right, then I shall meet you there.
I'll put your name on the list. I'll put it on today.
See? There's plenty you can do without changing your face.
Well, but that's just because they know. Then he sees what he was about to say, who I am. Okay. And
all right, let's go eat lunch.
I'd say lunch is probably shown up. Hey, thanks for the host.
Actually, she probably say, go down and eat some lunch, and then, as he's kind of exiting down, just very quickly, sort of like looking back out into the sky. Please watch over him, say Cuthbert. He's another piece of the vision. And then she'll follow down.
Yeah. As you step in, there's a warmth within you. Just maybe a passing sunbeam.
Mm-hmm. Just brief touch to the symbol and a small smile. And then sandwich time or whatever we're having.
Yep, sandwiches. What are the rest of you guys doing? And gals?
I'll brew some more tea up. I said I would do that. That I would bring Sandra back. We'd bring Sandra back for tea and lunch. So she'll brew some of Astra's tea.
Okay, so
Something nice and special.
Axel, you've got your notes all around on the spread out on the on the table, looking at things. Iska, you see something you hadn't noticed before, just maybe because you were looking the other way. There's a flyer there. Looks similar to the flyers that were in the Siren's Fiddle, and it is, can't quite decide whether it's probably a little bit of elfin blood in it, not truly a half elf, maybe quarter elf, might be human. It is a sort of strange looking figure. They have spiky hair and some jewelry, very ornate, that goes from like nose back to ear, and they're wearing sort of open shirt on the front, and you see it's written there. It's for Ramon's martial arts.
Where did this flyer come from?
Are you asking a character or asking me?
Kind of both.
It became during after you left last episode during the challenge. One of the things was they took a harder look at the flyers. They clicked on the flyers to see what they were.
Does any of that ring a bell to me at all, or to Iska?
Just
Arts?
that it sort of stands out in your head as being sort of an odd graphic, and with the name. Not anything you've bumped into before, just kind of just odd. And just with Dragonborn Mage, Ramon's martial arts.
So, Axel, I'm going to need some help here with this. I don't know why, but something is drawing me from this, pointing to the flyer, to Ramon's, and this to the game note. Ramon's martial arts, arts rhymes with start and parts. I don't know how the Dragonborn Mage fits in there yet, but why am I... Is there something here? Am I losing it? There's something here. Am I losing it?
No, I was making the connection before, but I thought maybe it was sort of just a general thing that I need to... Maybe there is a connection, but I can't put it out either. That was not where I was supposed to go.
Give me an investigation check.
Axel?
Axel, yeah. As
Okay.
you look at it again, trying to find something more.
I have too many things open in the side panel here. To scroll down half the page to find my character sheet.
Oh, golly. You being unresponsive, do you need me to roll it for you? Oh, there we go. It was easy to overlook before because of the kind of crazy hairstyle and the jewelry, but you do notice that they are wearing very similar outfit to Luna in their dress. Not the exact same, but certainly reminiscent of Luna's sort of traditional garb that she wears or wore when that you all first met from her school.
Maybe we should drop and give him a visit. I think we might have actually closed by now. He was morning, wasn't he? I don't know.
Yeah, the only other lead that you have is the Kenku priest at the Wail that Ava had pointed you towards.
Oh yeah, okay. I forgot. I did forget that. Oops. Well, so Ramones, we can investigate this. I mean, it might be also connected to what might have might be connected with Ambrose as well. Although
kind of. But yeah, if we're going to be connections, there's also you even mentioned the Akinku priest in one of the churches who might know something about this as well. And maybe gives us a clue. There's a lot of things that I can't put together, and it's kind of frustrating me.
We saw that priest earlier, right?
Yep.
At the Wail.
The what? The what?
Where Luna took us earlier, where we met up with Sathander.
Oh, okay. Think they might still be there?
Sathander? Does the priest usually hang about for most of the day?
Yeah, he's usually there.
It's something.
It's something,
Maybe.
yeah.
You think Father Derek might be a part of
Father
this?
Derek. You might know. Might know something. Father Derek, you say?
Mm-hmm.
We can always ask. I'm a little bit out of it. Sorry.
It's okay. Everyone's involved in this one, and
Same. So,
we can go down and see him and ask.
yeah, I guess if that's okay. I don't know. Something is drawing me to this, so I would love to do that.
Rest of y'all want to come along? So yeah.
Oh well, yeah, Luna's definitely going. If Iska and Sathander are going.
Yeah.
Celia. Yeah, Celia will go with.
Okay. Luck, you along for the ride?
Yeah.
Assuming Axel's going to get going as well. So you guys head back over to the Wail. It's not far, and you do see this priest walking about. Again, placing small cistern stones and things around. And Sethander sort of goes over and goes, Father Derek? These folks, Father Derek, these folks would like to talk to you, I guess?
Yes.
And he turns around and you see very bird-like in his motions, and you hear basically in a voice, it sort of squawks at first, but then a very clear voice, and it's weird. It almost sounds as though you were inside a church. When he speaks, like there's that same type of resonance as though he's in a church, even though he's not, and you can tell it's a mimicry in his speech, and goes, "How may the Church of Ariandra Fenre assist you today?"
Can I do a religion check to figure out if I'd ever heard of that?
You certainly can.
Okay.
Axel, you can do one as well, as in some of your reading the history
Nope.
of Falcon's Crest. The histories was probably brought up.
Or
within the
church.
book.
That's what I'm going with.
As you have the histories with you and have been reading them, we'll say it's certainly in between there, but the 16 is enough. You know that Ariandra Fendre, the Lady of Air, is, and this is known as the city of stone and air, is considered to be one of the foundings religions here. There is a old story, fable, legend, parable that
This is the same one that Archnullifier worships, right?
yes.
Okay, so she has. Okay.
Yep. That Ula, a dwarven goddess of stone and gems, that they had a tryst and founded Falcon's Crest here on top of this plateau. And the Kenku priest sort of looks at you very sort of raven-like in their look. White robes that are sort of dip-stained with blue, so it kind of looks like a deeper blue going up to the white as it comes across the clergy robes, whatever those are called. There's a word there.
Clergy robes, whatever.
Do you seek guidance from Our Lady of Air? Vestments, thank you.
Nice. So correct me if I'm wrong. It was Eva who sent us here saying that the Kinku priest might be able to help us with the
With the Eternal Keepers, that this was the only lead that she ever got.
Okay. It's Eternal Keepers, so Iska will kind of turn to Axel and see if he wants to take the lead, and if there's a pause, then she'll take it.
I need to think. I really don't know. I don't know, sorry.
No, you're good. So,
Yeah.
No, she'll just hi, we've spoken recently to someone from the Archnullifiers and she directed us to you, saying that you might be able to help us solve a problem we're having. Well, less a problem and more of a riddle. Some sort of game.
Game? Mimicking back in your exact same voice.
Yes, something we were given as some sort of puzzle that unlocks, I don't know what, a trail, another step, I don't know, but here's what would you be interested in helping us out, please?
Sort of looks at you quizzically. Hint? And then a different voice, help. And then you see it sort of look at you intently and go, totally different voice, very smooth and very humorous, almost laughing in its timbre. Why, you're Derek the Cleric. Isn't that clever? I don't know how to fit that into my game, but maybe it'll mean something to someone. And then he looks at you. This Kenku priest.
What, is he going to give us the bird's eye view?
You asked for a J.
Derek, the cleric.
Father Derek, he says.
Father Derek, yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. It might help. Did somebody who sort of mentioned that to you?
You hear again a different voice. Many years ago.
Okay.
Sorry, what were the hints before this piece?
You're looking for Dragonborn Mage.
Mage and then Derek Cleric is our next
And
hint.
Ramon's Martial Arts. Nice one, Roller 300.
I'm the key.
Need to find a barbarian next? Like, what is this? Are we just making an RPG party? Is that what we're doing? The mage, the monk, the cleric.
Cleric. I don't know. State who? So has the game already started? Rhyming the key for the gates to part. What are the gates?
Key.
The key. Okay, the key. The key. Is the key Derek the cleric? Somewhere up there. There's something there.
Doesn't have to be solved today, folks. And actually, we are getting pretty close.
Yeah.
It's a lizard, maybe. It's a lizard wizard.
As you say that, the piece of paper changes.
Oh my god, of course! A lizard wizard! It's a lizard wizard, of course!
As you
It's
say
a
that,
Dragonborn mage!
Remember that one.
as you say that, you see the paper glow in your hand.
Okay.
And the words change.
That's why I love these riddles. Even though I'm shit at them, they're so great. And that's also another one for the bank.
Oh,
And you find a new rhyme on it.
Oh, yay.
Look high, look low, all around town. Names are everywhere, both up and down. Secrets revealed when names said aloud. Step right up and say it proud. With each new sun, just one per day, the path revealed. It's time to play.
That was the easy step.
that was the easy one.
Hey.
Wizard lizard, of course. Oh my god. I can't believe it. I actually can't believe it.
Oh,
The tree all over again.
Thank you very much, Father Derek. You were a help.
What do you call a Kenku priest? He's a bird. And his name is Derek. The cleric.
Derek.
Bird is not amused.
I am her.
You've had too much fun with this one, haven't you?
Oh,
Would you
so
say
much
riddles
fun
are for
on
the
this one.
birds?
Kyle loves it.
Alright.
All right.
All right.
Well, we figured that one out, and now we have another one. I am not going to get any sleep tonight. Let's maybe.
How much of the city has Celia explored?
I mean, it's a huge city. I mean, lane by lane. Truly, and especially because it's a multi-level city, 10%.
What did the riddle say again? I want to type it out.
You should have access to it.
In the Vault 20.
It is?
Yep. I made
Yes.
it up here.
Keep-
Where?
Under
Eternal Keepers.
Eternal Keepers? Okay. There it is. Okay. I was like, I'm all the way in story items. Jay,
Yes.
that building that Celia came across that one day,
Yes.
that she didn't go near.
Yep.
But she was like able to see them saying something, but she couldn't hear what they were saying.
Right.
Some type of passcode. What was you told me there was this, I'm pretty sure you told me there was just like a symbol that Celia could see like on the front.
Yep.
What was the symbol?
Stand by.
No, can't. Names.
It was a tavern, but it wasn't a tavern.
Correct. Yep, it was a front.
Could be.
Where is it? Oh, yes. You saw it was it was sort of looked like a paladin. The sign above it. I mean, it was one of these pictorial signs above it. Looked like a paladin of the Oath of the Ancients, and they were reaching out and attacking a treant, and the treant was withering in its hand.
And what was the name of the tavern? The tavern?
I'd have to go dig back through my other set of notes.
I'll go back and watch the episode.
You got me. I've got it. It's just it's not where I thought it was. I'm sorry.
Dang it, Jay.
I know. It's
Bringing up things that Celia's seen
Yep, no, I'm
while
sorry.
exploring.
I can't remember why if I gave you a name at the time, I don't know where I wrote it down. And I must have been being clever. I don't remember what the sign looks like.
Clearly, it's called The Nameless Tavern.
It's just the name is This Tavern is a Front. Nobody will expect a thing. Put it out there.
The Vogue Tavern.
It's a double front. No one will ever
Say it's the Oath of the Ancients Paladin tavern.
Sure. The people who were going inside, would Celia remember if, like, there were any weird symbols on what they were wearing?
If I recall that you were from across the street, and and if I really remember, I'll have to look back. The reason why you didn't get a whole lot of information was because your perception check was pretty darn low.
Yeah, it was.
So yeah, no, just that you were able to recognize that it was a front operating in the night.
Celia kind of looks at the paper, says, I've noticed a lot of things while I was exploring the town. Especially a little tavern. This wasn't the tavern.
Oh, right.
Tavern that wasn't a tavern?
Like, was it like? I've never heard of such a thing.
Celia kind of looks around and.
Presuming we're sort of started going back at this point.
Yeah, you guys are at this point could be walking back to the hotel.
The only. Oh, go on.
Just very quietly, she just says, "It was a front."
Then where's the back?
That. Or are you meaning something? You know what? Maybe you explain to us when we're inside.
Yeah.
I'm quite sure.
Max, what are you doing?
But there is one thing that I can think of for that riddle. There's one thing there are things that are everywhere and have names that we do know about, and I'm pretty sure they're low and high. The stones.
Like catacombs. Which
Catacombs.
those will open tomorrow, apparently.
Wait, they're opening tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh.
Due to Mr. Tillerson's work.
Oh.
We need to get down there.
He was looking for something. If he's opening, that means he might have found it.
We need to get in there tonight. Right? Like, there's going to be a lot of people about if it opens, and
Yes. And that is our only opportunity left.
I can get in contact with a friend and see what advice he has on this. Maybe he's already found his way there. Or was underground. Axel was just sort of muttering to himself because I do that all the time.
So
yeah.
Sathander shouts up. So we're going to the catacombs up at Matron Square?
Because I was wondering, just like, oh wait, we still Sandra was. Oh well.
oops.
It's fine.
He's been quiet.
It's fine. We need to trust him.
You have a
You need to put a
different,
bell on Zathander.
you have a different journey to prepare for, Sathander, and I will be there for it. This is something we will do without your company.
Okay. Well, then I'm gonna head back to the chateau. I'll put your name at the gate, Luna, and gives a wave and heads off.
Mm-hmm.
So
As he goes striding along after having lunch, you see the swagger of Ciceran, the swashbuckler, sort of morph in as he walks away to go across town.
We'll get there eventually.
So, we go into the catacombs then. But the thing was, we didn't want to, encounter our good old friend Barty while,
We have a different map than him, though. The map on the inside of my father's violin is different than what he had laid out. Maybe our path will be different than his.
the thing is, if he's opening it, doesn't mean he not stop looking or finish doing it, or
Well,
maybe that's not true. I'm wrong.
if you've
Doesn't
got many tunnels to search, forgive me, but for this, but as a miner, you'd get the people who can't mine but who are good at spotting stuff and just send them into the tunnels. You'd scatter, and then you'd find better veins of ore. If you have a scattering of the public, you'd have more people to find what you're looking for.
And as
But
Ziska
yeah.
mentioned, with the differences in the map, what we are looking for was perhaps not what he is searching for, but we should still find what our map leads to.
I think we're still kind of looking for the same thing, but yes, you're yeah. But we should tonight, then.
Tonight.
Only option.
Okay.
And with that, you guys can either rest up or scout ahead up to Matron Square. Wait till darkness and the fog comes up to sort of scout things out a little bit.
Yeah.
So
X is going to be doing some home research.
And Luke does want to do something before the night falls.
okay. Well, tell you what, since it's 6 o'clock right now, we will pick up with that. And as you walk in the room, back in the Windward Star Hotel, what's left of the castle, you walk into the room, and there, sitting at the table with their jacket hanging on the tree, purple hair and lunar eclipse eyes, looking at you, is Vidar, feet up on the table, eating what's left of the sandwiches. And that is where we'll end our episode.
Vidar,
guys.
get your feet off the table.
He's frozen. Jacket on it.
Yeah.
We walk in, he is immediately beaten up by everyone.
Everyone just has a go at him. Where did you go?
We care.
So thanks everybody for tuning in. Thanks for the fun and games of riddles and things. And yeah, we'll have full cast back next week as we delve into the catacombs beneath Falcon's Crest and whatever we may find there. Let's go around real quick and let everyone introduce themselves. Let's start with Tree Hugging Druid.
Hi, I'm Tree Hugging Druid. You can go find me on Twitter. You can also find me here on Saturdays. And on Fridays, I play a human bard rogue named Gypsy, whose soul is still all up in the air right now.
And there you go. Next up, we have Templar Warden. The man with the lizard wizard himself.
Hello, I am Templar Warden. I was playing Hidden by Axel, the Tabaxi wizard. I really should have seen that one. Perfect. It's exactly the sort of thing I like, but I'm terrible at. So it's great. Yeah. So You may find me anywhere on the internet as Templar Warden. You may find me on Twitter at Rainer Templar. I don't really do a lot in the larger internet scheme of things at this point. But yeah, you may find me here for D&D as well.
Cool. Next up, we have Bird versus Plane. Derek.
Hey, folks. Yeah, whatever. Hey, stupid pun. Bad pun. A really good pun, though. I don't know. Anyways, I'm Bird versus
That's a
Plane.
rhyme, not a pun.
Well, I know, but never mind. I'm Bird versus Plane. I am Bird versus Plane. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at that name, where I stream out all my... I tweet out all my stream information on a regular basis. There might be a stream tonight of Red Dead or Hellblade. Come check it out. That'd be great. I had so much fun. I can't wait for next week where the fun stops and everyone dies. Next.
Next up, we have NNG9.
Hey, folks, I'm Energy9 on Twitch, where, again, when I can get my stream working, I stream video games. We will see if that happens this weekend. You can also find me at NG98 on Twitter. I tweet sometimes I tweet tons or all the games I'm involved in, like this one here, 2 p.m. Eastern Time Saturdays, over on T-Version's 80 channel at Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and then at Scratch channel for Mouse Guard at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Also local Puntress.
Thank you very much. Hey, Templar Morin. Yep, $2 for those swears. Thank you for paying up. So, last but not least, Good Guy Pie.
I am Good Guy Pie. The answer is, of course, always said as a joke. Trees, lizard wizards, you know, the usual. It's always the last thing you expect. Or it's the first thing you suspect in this case. But it was a pleasure playing today, and I am looking forward to seeing where this all goes. You can catch me on Too Good To Guy on the Tweeters and Good Guy Pie on the Twitches, where I stream a bit more than I used to. Yay. And yes, and I've had a wonderful time, and I had a beautiful shock at the beginning of this session as... Oh, that artwork.
Glad you like it, man.
It's beautiful. Beautiful.
I'm Tall Squall. I'm your DM and host, and hope you guys had fun delving once again back into my deep lore. We are going to go raid our good buddy Speedy at Not So Speedruns, so please stick around and give him some love. Put a flex in there if you've got the flex emote or any other ones. Appreciate everybody for coming in, for getting us well on our way with our donations for Toys for Tots. We will be running it all month, and until next time, gather your friends together and tell a story, because that's what life's all about. Thank you guys. You are all appreciated, and I really am glad you all tuned in. We'll see you next time for more crazy rhymes and games as they try to track down the Eternal Keepers and dive into the catacombs to see what our buddy Bati has in wait for them. Bye-bye, everyone.
We're coming for your party.
And we are clear.
All right, how are you doing there, Derek the Cleric?
God damn it. God damn it, Jay.
Dude, you know you love it.
Right, it's good. It was very good. But it was very weird to hear my own name in a D&D game. It was very strange.
Well, that was the problem, is I couldn't figure out how to make it fit in, so I figured I'd let it be the clue.
Nice. Oh, man. Good work, Templar. God.
Lizard Wizard, of course.
As soon as you said it, I was like, fucking A. Of course it is.
Of course it is. Dragonborn Mage.
So funny. That's good.
Of course it's true.
It never occurred to me until it gave me the.
It's one of those things that just hit you when you hear the right.
Yeah,
that's one of those, like, once you get it. Yeah.
Once you get it, you don't know how you didn't get it.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's always,
I'm glad you all got there,
I do
though.
really enjoy those. It's just frustrating.
Yeah.
It's fun.
I'm so glad you guys got there. So, and hey, you know, the game continues.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Almost like it's eternal.
It's keeping it. Hey, way to keep it eternal there. You know what? We're still streaming.